Actually,
I'm watching the rise, and I wouldn't say I'm shocked cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride, this one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife, could've left 1,000 times just to by my side. This one's for the grind, I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind. To the videos, they thought I was a black guy. That's hard to get over. A foreigner in the sport, but I'm fully devoted. I don't take it for granted that the door's been open. I knew I was different, I knew I was chosen. A breadwinner, but I'm soft-spoken. Authentic like a 5950 and there's no cap. Let's have a toast to that. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the they done baptized the bad guy. Still don't follow religion. The fabric's not average. The cotton's Egyptian. 500 for the shoes, come dirty, but the European. Less is more and less is the bank. Up the score, I pull up from trade. From the tray, I'm ballin' like trade. Do what I can, I do what you can't. I wrote this 30,000 feet up. 10 toes, stay G'd up. I'm tryna get that type of wealth, like a house on the hills, can't see us. Say the money still me up. Stay humble, stay teed up. I don't tell you how to live, so don't hit me with no weak stuff. And if you know the deal, then you know the deal. If it's real, then you know.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do two things if you haven't already. If you haven't, subscribe to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. I'm a fan of the channel, so I booked a 2-hour session just to show support, just to show love and say what's up. He provided a wealth of information, way more than I was even expected. He has an excellent presentation. So I just wanted to let y'all know you will not be disappointed. Book the consultation, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. Dre, man, I appreciate you. I will be out in Colombia, and I look forward to linking up with you. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you.
Hello, Jeffrey. How are you?
Ana, hey, my love. Hey, good. Your English, poquito. Thank you.
Spanish, nice.
Sí, poquito.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for the visit again.
Yes.
To the control braces, okay, and the news.
Yes. Maybe? Yes. I hope. Hopefully.
You love Colombia, really?
I love Colombia. Cali is beautiful.
Nice.
Tranquilo.
Sí.
Seguro. The people, the food. Everything, the music,
nice.
The salsa.
Okay, see you in my office, okay?
Hi, my name is Jeffrey, and I'm here from Tampa, Florida, visiting in Colombia, and I'm here to have my veneers and hopefully have my braces off by Ana, and I absolutely love it. She does great work, and my visit to Colombia so far is absolutely beautiful.
Hola, hola, por acá los saluda la mulata, locutora de Santiago de Cali. Estoy aquí donde mi familia de fábrica de dientes Cali. Quiero contarles que mi proceso va súper bien con mi diseño de sonrisa. Decirles que si ustedes todavía no se han animado a tomar la decisión de hacerse su diseño con la Doc Ana Lu, pues esta es la señal que ustedes estaban esperando. Si ustedes se preguntan, ¿será que a mí me van a tocar mis dientes? Para nada. Mis dientes están intactos, pero además estoy sonriendo espectacular. Así que hoy quiero extenderle la invitación a que ustedes visiten a la Doc Ana Lu aquí en Fábrica de Dientes Cali. Mi proceso súper bien. Recuerden que tienen que ser muy cuidadosos, venir a su mantenimiento normal y de ahí para allá a pelar muelas.
You know, at some point, you and your family are going to need medical care. But let's be honest, a medical bill can be a real headache. But here's the good news. In Colombia, especially in Cali, we have surprisingly friendly costs. For example, a hip replacement can easily cost $39,000 in the States. Compared to Colombia, you can look around between $8,000 to $10,000. Big difference, right? But Cali isn't just salsa, sunshine, or friendly faces. Our healthcare system offers quality care for a fraction of what you have paid abroad. Taking care of your health doesn't have to break the bank. So if you're planning to come to Colombia, contact me and make sure you are in good hands.
I mean, I'm at a point in my life and age where I got to be conscious of my health. And so I got to stay on top of things. And probably is natural because I was already here. And it just made things a whole lot easier, especially instead of dealing with the United States where you got to go get a referral from your personal doctors, then wait for that institution to get a hold of you, schedule an appointment. It could take weeks, sometimes months before they have an opening. So it just makes perfect sense to come here because it's easier. The cost is very affordable, and compared to the United States where you could pay thousands upon thousands of dollars depending on the procedure and your insurance. But my procedure, I actually have one coming up for gallstone, remove my gallbladder. So the price is affordable. I love it, actually. The thing I really love about Cali is the people, the culture. I mean, it's beautiful here. What can you not like about it? You guys got to come experience it for yourself. But if you don't, take my word for it. I will say come here for health reasons. You get great care, great professional people, beautiful city, culture, great food, and nice eye candy. You can't resist. Why not? Treat yourself. You deserve it. I'll rate 10, definitely. Professional, attentive, really make sure you understand the test or what the doctor tells you, interprets what you don't understand. Come stay with you for your whole appointment, your procedures, and make sure you have great aftercare. So definitely a 10. Highly recommend it.
Have you ever considered how focusing on your health once a year can transform your life? You might be surprised by the benefits. Imagine detecting potential health issues before they escalate. That's peace of mind right there. With our preventative health checkup, you get one-on-one time with top doctors. You can discuss your results, share concerns, and explore ways to enhance your lifestyle, all in one place. No matter where you are in life, you'll receive same-day results. Call it your longevity plan. Conditions like diabetes, obesity, heart disease, and even some cancers are treatable if caught early. And guess what? Through our collaboration with FVL, we'll handle all follow-ups and specialist referrals for you. It's that easy. Why not invest in something that can positively change your life? We know your time is valuable, but your health is priceless. Plan smart, stay healthy, explore Cali.
The best approach that you can take is to find someone that has had a pleasant professional experience and get their recommendation or referral. I decided to get a checkup about two months ago. And the reason why I decided to pick Cali was because a good friend of mine who had already experienced the services at the Clinica in Cali recommended it to me. He had a very good experience. He boasted about the high level of professionalism, the quality of the service. He had no issues. The cost of the medical treatment was well within my budget. When I compare what I would have paid for comparable care in the United States, it was a small fraction of the cost. And it was I would say, a big factor in deciding to actually commit to scheduling a medical checkup here in Cali, because it's very affordable, but comparable or even better quality of care. In my opinion, the most enjoyable thing or aspect about Cali is the people. They're very warm, they're very friendly, they're very professional, they're very inviting. I can't think of another country or another place where I have experienced such a warm, loving, welcoming reception of the people, and at the same time get medical treatment. So yeah, I would say the people, hands down. I guess a calming reassurance that, there's nothing wrong or nothing troubling about like my health. I feel good, but more importantly, it's crucial that you know that inside you're good. And the best way to do that is to come and get a medical checkup. The best advice I can give them is to reach out to the health traveler counselor, Pilar Diaz. That's the best advice I can give. Because of a recommendation, I reached out to you, and that's all it took, because you took care of everything. You know, you scheduled everything. You gave me a list of all the choices and packages that I could choose from. I picked something that was best for me. Diaz, without hesitation. I have to give it a 10 out of 10 simply because of the great service, the high level of professionalism, the fact that I didn't have to wait in any lines. Everything was scheduled well in advance, and it was done efficiently and smoothly.
I was driven more by a need to know my own medical conditions, how I was with my whole body, my health. That's pretty much how it started. I heard that this hospital is one of the best hospitals in South America. The health services are far superior as far as costs, patient care, attentiveness of your medical facilitators. Everything is much better than where I come from in the United States. I just have to say it like that. What is there not to enjoy about Cali? La comida es muy bien. You have to try ringlet if you come to Cali. That is the go-to spot. If you want to have authentic sancocho or whatever else you may want, you have to go there. Me encanta hamburguesa colombiano, pan de bono, helado, sancocho, todo la comida aquí. If I came across somebody who was thinking about coming to Colombia for health reasons, I would tell them stop thinking about it and just come and do it. There's nothing more to think about. This is the place to come for your health needs, period. The difference is astronomical compared to the States. You pay a fraction of the cost here for a complete medical exam than what you would pay in the States. I would say in comparison, it's 1/10 the cost. 1 out of 10 is 100.
And I'm glad I'm able to help raise up a community of Black men.
My name is Mumia Obsidian Ali. I am one of the, I guess you could say, founding fathers of the Black Manosphere, as well as the Black Manosphere Conclave. Shannon, Rawls, Theo Waff, and myself, we all came out of Kevin Samuels' private members-only Facebook group. Theo had this crazy idea of teaching Black men what he had learned in the tech field.
If you're resistant to change, you only want to do one thing or one way, yeah, you're not going to make it.
This is about taking men, Black men, and making them better men.
There's guys who want to work on an island without a group, and I say to them, it's not going to work.
We can take hold of our finances. We can then take hold of what we do, and we can live life anywhere around the world.
You are taking care of yourself first, so then you can help others.
We have to learn how to communicate. We have to learn how to engage.
Black men don't need anybody but other Black men to make this happen.
If you can't find what you want here, go where you are celebrated, brother, and don't stand where you're being tolerated.
Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real.
Where are all the Black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually.
Shout out to all you guys here with Andre and Andrea's Love Crossing Borders. Let me get everything in order. There we go. Shout out to all you guys here with Andre and Andrea's Love Crossing Borders on a beautiful, beautiful Friday night. I know it's been a minute since we've been together on a Friday night, but here we are. And we got a great topic tonight. Let me get some mood music going. It's a little quiet. Let's get the mood music going, because our topic tonight is is the Black church keeping our sisters single? A lot of those brothers out here we got our passports, or we're living the lives of Riley in other countries. We're not having as many problems when it comes to relationships, whether it be with our sisters or whether it be others. Seems to be that Black men are either spending time to themselves, developing themselves, or in solid relationships around the world. But when it comes to our sisters, sadly, and this is not an attack episode on our sisters, but it's a question that needs to be presented, because there was a sister on social media over the last month who presented this question. Is the Black church keeping black women single on purpose. That's the part, on purpose. We're going to talk about that. Hear what women have to say. A lot of times women think that us black commentators or us that do reactions, that we're creating the content, that we're the ones that are creating the black woman's narrative, and we're not. We actually post videos in which you ladies are actually speaking about your experiences in certain situations or scenarios. And in this case, we're going to hear what black women have to say about the black church keeping good, not bad, but keeping the good black women single. So before we do all that and get into all that, first thing that we're going to do, gentlemen, we're going to do some shout outs. We got 30 people in the building. Shout out to my brother David Dice of the Dice family. First one to throw out the super chat. Thank you guys for supporting by Cash App, Super Chat, PayPal. He say, Father God, forgive us because we about to go in. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They about to hear what they don't want to hear. That's what that is. They're about to hear what they don't want to hear. And a lot of what we talk about anyway is scriptural anyway. Be fit. God says take care of your temple, right? If I got to go to the gym, my wife has to go to the gym. She has no problem with that. If I got to get proper sleep, my wife has to get proper sleep. Take care of your temple. If I have to be mentally on cue, my wife has to be mentally on cue. If I'm not a perfect person, I don't expect my wife to be a perfect person. Take care of your temple. That's in the scriptures. Being feminine. You ladies always talk about Proverbs 31 woman, a virtuous woman. That's part of being feminine. Being feminine. The Bible tells you about submitting your body one to another when it comes to sex. But you don't want to submit to your men. Ladies, I kid you not, none of what I'm going to say tonight will counteract what God says or counteract what you are already saying about yourselves. Any videos that'll be seen tonight is you talking about you. Any videos we post are about you talking about you. I know a lot of times you ladies think that we males are creating a narrative about you, and this narrative of any scenario that we speak about, these are created by you ladies. So you come on in, we invite you into the live stream, but do not think that we're coming on attack mode on you ladies, because the actual truth is you spend more time attacking each other than ever need for us to attack you. Shout out to all you ladies and gentlemen that are here with Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders, all 30 of you. Let me scroll back up and give the shout outs to the guys that were here originally. Such as my man Shep Payne in the building. Shout out to you. He say, wow, another great thought-provoking topic. Yes, is the black church doing this to good black women? There's great black women out there. Gorgeous, beautiful, have changed their mind. They're feminine. They're ready to be submissive. The only thing that's holding them back is a lot of times pastor is not preparing them to be wives, but they're preparing them to be prophet. I didn't say prophet. Notice I didn't say that. I didn't say the church is preparing them to be prophets. I said prophet, as in rate of return, ROI, make that money off the ladies. There's a new pimp game, guys. There's a new pimp game in the streets, and it's called Keep Single Good Black Women Single in the Church. Shout out to my man Ronan. Good morning to you, brother. Salute to you as well, kind sir. He says, Andre and Andre, Love Crossing Borders. My brother, he said, Dre, tell them the truth. These pastors are simping them women in the church to get those purses and panties. I'll put the and panties part in there. Purses and panties. You know I got stories to tell. You know your boy Dre got stories to share. I got my personal stories. I grew up in Church of God in Christ. I grew up Kojic. All you Pentecostals out there. So I know what it's like that at one point in time, women couldn't even show their ankles in church, to where now everything else is exposed above the knee. So I understand. I got stories to tell. So yes, these pastors are pimping and simping for the purses and the panties. And the reason why they're forcing the men out of the church, because the men, just like Ronan, myself, and you guys, we caught on years ago. We caught on to the pimp game of the pastors years ago. Now, we're not saying all pastors are out there pimping. We're not saying that. What we're saying is those that are, we know who you are. There are many good churches and pastors, black or white or Latin, doesn't matter, that are doing some great things in the community. But there are some pastors out there getting their Umar on. There are some pastors out there that say for $500, you could take me on a date. There's a lot of pastors out there getting a Dr. Umar on. Getting that money from the ladies, purses, from the panties. He said also those, I didn't even know you said that. See? We great minds think alike. He said also panties. Pass that plate. Yes, sir. Hit that like button. We like you. We really do. Make sure that you like us too. Shout out to all 39 of you guys that are in here. Shout out to Bobby Coltrane in the building. We won't be taking too long with the intros today. I know it's going to be quite a few of you guys here on a Friday night. Salute to you as well, Bobby. Salute to you as well. And my man Don, a.k.a. the Don JP, is in the building. Shout out to you, brother. Glad to see that you're here as well. Good Friday. Good Friday night, Andre and Andrea, and the chat. Yes, sir, chat family. Glad to see that you guys here. Shout out to my man Christopher in the building. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He says salute. Love Crossing Borders, Andre and Andrea, LBC. This is juicy, fellas. This is going to be a juicy one. I ain't going to even lie to you. This is going to be a juicy one. Ladies, you just going to have to sit back, strap in your seat belt like you've been on a roller coaster, because you can feel yourself going up, tick, 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 just like a roller coaster. And we're going to hear what you ladies have to say. I'll say this again. You won't have to worry about we'll have a few men speaking, but for the most part, you're going to hear from no one but your own people, your own creed, your own kind, ladies. In regards to, is the black church keeping good black women single on purpose? We're going to talk about that tonight. Shout out to my man Rico in the building. Appreciate you being here. Yes, sir. Kenny Peoples, always here to represent, always sending me some great content to piggyback off of. He say, I hear recently. Recently. Remember recently, Mr. Recently? Reminder, yes, sir, the 5'3", 235. Shout out to Mr. Brother Dork in the building, or Dornick in the building. Shout out to you, brother. He said, in my church, we have single baby mamas, and I don't remember corporate single women in my church. See, a lot of single baby mothers in the church. But shout out to the single mother. My man H.R. Ferguson of the Ferguson family in the building. Good evening, everyone, and respectfully smack that like button. Yes, sir, gentlemen. Appreciate you guys being here. He said, brother Zeke3. Yes, sir. Shout out to brother Zeke in the building. Salute to you, kind sir. Glad to see that you're here. Glad to see that you're here. Shout out to my man FOMN in the building. Yes, it is. He said, how's everyone tonight? Having a great evening. Having a great evening. Went to Andre's in church right now. I went to the gym. I've been on my kettlebells lately. Shout out to my man Kofa in the building. Appreciate you being here, as well as my man Chris. Shout out to Chris being here. Chris Jeezy, that is, them 313 boys.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Don't play with them Detroit boys. You know how they get. You know how they act. Shout out to man Jerron. Appreciate you being here. He said, what up, big bro? And the chat. Glad to see that you're here. And my man Necro in the building. He said, hola, mi asalo libre hermoso. Salute. Yes, sir. Shout out to the family. Shout out to the family. Yes, sir. Chris says this. He said, I can't wait until my kids grow so I can make a full-time move to South America. Absolutely correct. That's why I wrote the book for those that are leaving in 5 months, 5 years, or even for those like Chris, that might take up to even 15 years for you to leave. There's some things that you can do to prepare yourself for your move, even though it's years down the line. Don't think that you get a chance to. I'm gonna tell you something, guys. For you guys that think because you got kids or because you still take care of mom or dad, that you don't have to start your preparation for your relocation right now, you're doing it wrong. If you think that you're going to wait till the last couple of years and then start your relocation journey, you're doing it all wrong. You're doing the bass backwards. Some of you guys have got 10, 15 more years left. You are in the driver's seat and don't even realize it. So that's why I wrote this book the way that I did. For Americans, for Canadians. Yes, Canadian stuff is in here. And for those that are in the UK, stuff is in here as well. Because I already realized, remember, it took Tailor-Made Dreams 5 years to finally get to full-time DR. Me, 3 years. Ace Live, 3 years. My boy Marcus, Love, Purpose, and Passports, took him 7 years. I know other guys that took years before they finally full-time moved to that new home country. So we're advocates of those that it may be a few years down the line. But we knew one thing: you got to start today with the preparation. We did know that. We did know that. So shout out to all you guys out there. It still takes you still got a little time or quite a while. You can still start preparing yourself for your journey to your new home country or countries. Good comment, brother Chris. Good comment. He said, I'm going to apply for the retirement visa. A lot of you guys, a lot of guys get the retirement visa. A lot of times it's going straight through. Sometimes it doesn't, but for the most part, it usually does. Shout out to you guys. Let's scroll down a little bit further. Looks like I got everybody. Mr. Bing, shout out to you, Mr. Bing. Appreciate you being here. Yes, sir. Flights to a new land with a new plan. My man El Patron is also here. Salute to you, kind sir. Glad to see you're here. Salute to you as well. My man AM SM is in the building. Yes, sir. We got a fire topic tonight. Yes, sir. We got a fire topic tonight. And straight from Indiana, them Indiana boys. Shout out to all of us that are Midwesterners. And my man Gary coming from the Purdue area of the state over there in Lafayette. Shout out to you. He said, Andre, why is a 71-year-old white guy almost always watching your show? Family. I can answer that right out the gate. Familia. You in love with Colombianas? I'm in love with Colombianas. You from Indiana? I'm from it. You saw how we do this, Gary? Yeah, we keep doing this, man. I'm old, you old. Come on, we keep going. I like good food, you like good food. Come on, Gary. Shoot. I'm the last one to sit up here and criticize black men have being friends with white guys. My first friend, David. My first true best friend. White dude named David in Detroit. He was like Eminem. He came from a poor white family. And that was my boy Dave. And we were friends for years. Even though I had my brother friends, throughout the neighborhood, but Dave was part of the neighborhood too. So even throughout life, your friends don't just have to be your skin folk, and got to be your kin folk. Or did I say it backwards? Your kin folk don't have to be your skin folk. Yes, sir. Shout out to you. Glad to see you here. And tell the missus that Andre and Andrea said hello. Hope that you guys are doing great. Shout out to my man Aiken in the building as well. My dude, he said salute, as well as my man AMSM said salute. So salute to both of you, gentlemen. Dollar Bills is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. We must be doing something right for him to bless us with his presence. Shout out to Dollar Bill in the building. The Flintstones in the what? The Flintstones? Oh! Shout out to them Flint, Michigan boys. Shout out to the Flint, Michigan boys. Shout out to the Flintstones in the building. Appreciate you being here, brother. I wish I had a drop for Flint, but I'm going to throw that Detroit drop for you anyway.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
And Flint, Michigan. Shout out to the Flintstones. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to Christopher. Christopher said, my goal, Las Vegas, Black Manosphere Conclave. For those that don't already know, the Black Manosphere Conclave will be held next year, next September Day, the first week of September. So get your money right. You know I'm going. A, I probably end up being a speaker. B, I'm a Raider fan. I ain't got a choice. You think I ain't going to go see that stadium? You think I'm not going to come to the event like a day or two early or stay a day or two afterwards to see my Raiders, to get all my extra jerseys and hats and all? Man, listen, they picked the wrong man for the wrong city at the wrong time. Yes, sir. He said, I'm going to do it. Yes, sir. Look forward to seeing you guys at the Black Manosphere Conclave 06 in 2026. Shout out to you guys. Andrew Craig Jr., that is, second of his name. He says this. He said, hey, he said, I'm early to the chat. He said, I'm 39, planning my relocation during this live stream. He said Panama and or Colombia, which are right by each other. That's the cool part. It could be, and I like how you put that, and or it could be either one. Because, for example, Cali is like a half an hour, 40-minute flight from Panama. So let's say this is Panama. It's like a little curve. This is Panama. Literally right under Panama is Cali. It's right there. So a lot of guys enjoy Colombia, as at the same time they get a chance to enjoy Panama and all the benefits that Panama offers as well. So you can definitely and they got some bad sisters in Cali or just in Colombia in general, and they got some bad sisters in Panama. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And either way, you get a chance to enjoy that beach life. Shout out to you. Shout out to my man Zeta in the building. Appreciate you being here as well, sir. He said, hola, Andre. He said, salute to you and Andrea and the fellas. Yes, sir. He said, what Black Manosphere Conclaves the first week of September Day? Yeah, wait, yeah. It's usually the first, like the 4th through, like this year was the 4th through the 7th. I mean, no, the 5th through the 7th. The year before was like around the 4th through the 6th. So it's always right around the first week of September Day. It's usually around the first week of September. So you could definitely enjoy it that way. Man, I love that stadium. I love the stadium. I love it. I kid you not. I'm glad that they built one of the best stadiums in the league for the Raiders. Hopefully we can get our team to bounce back. But as far as the stadium, and they do stadium tours, oh yeah. Oh yeah, I will be booking a stadium tour. Yes, sir. Raiders for life, man. Raiders for life. I've been a Raider since I was 12 years old. No use in changing now. Let me change the music up. Speaking of changing. All right, guys. Buckle your seats. Because like I said, the ladies are speaking out when it comes to this question. Is the Black church purposely, that's the key word, purposely keeping Black women single? Good Black women. I'm not talking about Aisha, Keisha, LaWanda, them that will embarrass you in public. I'm talking about come on, let's be some real. Let's be real. There's some really good Islamic sisters out there that are probably in the Nation of Islam or just Sunni Muslim, Shiite Muslim sisters. That's some good sisters. There's some sisters out there that are serious about their spiritualization with Buddhism. There are some serious Buddhist sisters out there. Let's be real. There's some serious, good Christian sisters out there. I'm not saying everybody in the church ain't wilding. What I'm saying is you'll find a couple of the few good Southern belles that are left. They in the church. The problem is the church is not preparing a lot of these sisters to go out and be available for good men or attract good men or be prepared when they get a good man. And you're going to hear this not from my mouth, but from the mouths of these sisters that you're going to be seeing on the video today. I don't have to say much of anything, gentlemen. Let us get ready to get started in a second. Make sure you guys click the like button. Thank you guys for supporting by way of PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat. Appreciate Nazarene being in here. Nazarene of the Way. Shout out to you. He said, yes, he said, yes, to a certain degree, the American black church is mostly women for a reason. It's not coincidental that it's grown to over 80%. We got thousands upon thousands of black churches. Thousands. Just think about all the mega churches. Think about all the small churches in our communities, the storefronts. And over 80% are black women and the kids. And y'all don't think that's a coincidence? Only time you see dudes in the church like that is either they're married, or they're probably a deacon or an usher board, security, or the pastor, or the associate pastor, or the pastor's sons. It's crazy, man. I remember when I got out of the feds. I kid y'all not. Y'all know I got a story for everything. Before we get started with the video, I'm just getting out of the feds. My auntie in Detroit, shout out to my auntie Maggie. Maggie takes me to church, right? After church service, I'm focused on the Lord, right? I'm focused on the Lord. I had a great time in church. After we get out of the church, we driving back. Maggie said, I'm never taking you to church again. What? And I like that particular church. Shout out to Wings of Love in Detroit. I said, why? She said, Andre, them women were so busy looking at you that they didn't even take time out to listen to what the pastor was saying about the Lord. As a black man, I'm going to church because I want to hear what the Lord got to say to me. I ain't studying these sisters. I notice a few here and there, but I got pen and paper, and y'all know me, I like to take notes. I got pen and paper in hand. Got my Bible open, got my concordance right here. All you Christians, lexicon over here. I'm ready. I'm in church ready. I'm fresh out of prison, so I don't understand this I don't know this concept of checking each other out in church yet. I don't know that yet, right? I'm just getting out of prison. Bruh, she said she would not take me back to church. And do you know my auntie never did? I mean, I went back. And this was the crazy part. She was right. Bruh, I wasn't in that church a week before sisters started asking me out on a date. And I'm talking about baddies. I'm talking about the ones that the pastor want to smash. Them the ones that was walking up on your boy. I'm just getting to the church, bruh. True story. I ain't trying to flirt with nobody. See, when I'm in church, I'm on my spiritual journey. I ain't trying to holler at nobody in church. I ain't trying to Now, when we walk through them doors now, you might get got. Now, when we walk through them church doors and them Bibles get closed and them microphones and them lights get turned out, you might be in trouble, church sister. But while I'm in church, I'm focusing on what God got to say. Bruh, you know when they tell you to stand up in church and greet each other? All right, brothers and sisters, stand up in the church and shake hands with your neighbors. Greet your neighbors and show some love. Man, stood up in church. Man, them sisters swarmed me, bruh. Swarmed your boy. I wasn't walking in church like I'm Mr. Handsome Girl. My name is Dexter St. Jock. I didn't walk up in church like my name is Ricky Fontaine. Pretty Ricky, what they call him. I didn't walk up in church like I was Pretty Ricky. I just walked up in church like a brother with his Bible and some note paper and a pen. I'm trying to hear what God got to say. I'm trying to listen to some good old-fashioned choir. And when that pastor said, stand up, greet your neighbors, them sisters swarmed me like bees to honey, bro. And the few other brothers in there I noticed got swarmed. 2 weeks later, I ain't been out the feds a month, brother. Remember, those of you who know me, I did 10 years in the feds. I ain't been out the feds a month. Week 1, Go to church with my auntie. She say she ain't never going with me again because of the sisters. Week 2, pastor say, stand up, greet your neighbor. I'm swarmed with sisters. Week 3, true story. One sister asked me, she was a cutie. She was so sweet, just a very feminine sister. She said, can I ask you a favor, Brother Spence? By now they know my name. I'm only been there 3 weeks, three services. Everybody know my name now. Brother Spence. I said, yeah. She said, after church service, would you like to go out to lunch with me? I said, okay, cool. Free food? All right, cool. Remember, I've been in the feds 10 years. I'm naive to all what's going on in the streets. I mean, I got my spidey senses like, but she didn't come across like that, right? In the church building. Bro, we sitting down, right? They didn't call Ricky Fontaine Pretty Ricky, what they call him. I wasn't Ricky Fontaine. Man, true story, bro. We're on the lunch day. She took me to a really nice spot, right? I'm like, wow. You know, everything, when you first get out the feds, everything is wild. You know, Cheesecake Factory and Waffle House are equal when you just get out of jail. You look like, wow, a Waffle House? What is this amazing place? So she took me to a really nice spot, right? In Detroit. Kid you not. She said, can I ask you a question? And I mean, this is a true story. This is week 3 after church service. She said, can I pay you to be my sex partner? I'm looking at this fine, gorgeous, very feminine sister who I didn't know from a can of paint. She said, and she was so sincere. And I mean, she was so sweet and nice about it. That's the part that blew me away. Because she was serious, but her demeanor was so feminine to where you kind of like, is she for real? And she was so fine that you were like, because she still got her form-fitting church outfit on. Showing the waist, the hips, the butt, the thighs, the ankles, little small ankles with the anklet, with the cocoa butter, ankles shining and shimmering. Got her hair, no weave to be found. All her hair, cute face. What'd you say? She said, brother, I'm not trying to come at you. I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything. She said, I just want you to be my sex partner. She said, I'm not looking for a man. I'm not looking for a boyfriend. I'm not looking for a husband right now. If God blesses me with one, he blesses me with one. She said, but I will pay you to be my sex partner. Kind of like a part-time boyfriend, but you're not. I have no problem with whatever you want, whatever you need. I'll provide that. Either I was too stupid at that time period to say, hell yeah, your fine ass, you gonna pay me to beat your coochie up? Hell yeah, girl. When? We can leave this restaurant right now. We don't even gotta make it out the parking lot. Either I was too naive, just coming out the feds to trust anybody that fast, or I was just so much on my spiritual journey that I wasn't trying to look at church girls like that yet. Here's the kicker. Y'all ready? I guess I was a little both. I was on my spiritual journey because, like I said, when I'm in church, I'm in church. I ain't one of them dudes that be going to church trying to smash everything, right? But I hadn't been out the feds long enough, so I was still naive to a lot of, she trying to get to me before the next chick. Because, bruh, I'm going to tell you something. Within the next 3 times I went to church, I was going to Bible study on Wednesday nights and everything like that, right? And going to church service. Bruh, I got propositioned by some of the finest sisters in the D. Because you know you ain't got to dress up for Bible study. You can just come in with some jeans, and them jeans were jeaning. Them sisters wearing them jeans like you looking like, dang, girl, I thought you looked good in a Sunday dress. But them jeans for Bible study with the cute pink Nikes on, I don't know. I might just slip up a little bit. I'm just saying, slide in the first base. I'm gonna have to slide in the first base. These women start coming up to me saying, Jesus told, bruh, if I'm lying, I'm flying. Bruh, these women literally walked up to me, many of them, and I'm talking about baddies. Wasn't no regular Bertha in them, wasn't walking up on me. It was Detroit Finest, Perfecting Praise. Anybody know about Marvin Winans church? Perfecting Praise. Them fine Perfecting Praise type chicks. CC Winans, when she was fine. Remember CC was fine? Everybody was like, man, if I want this, Yolanda Adams fine back in the day, them type of church chicks. Man, listen. Don't be laughing, Nazareth. You know we gonna talk in a second anyway. God told you gonna be my husband. Them sisters was, dude, it must have been on a billboard, or they must have been planning on the next man that come in. They must have had a bet going on or something, because I don't know what it was, but those sisters knew that they were going to tell me in simulcast that God told them. There was one sister for 2 years, she said that to me. 2 years. I'm just trying to go to church. I'm just trying to go to church, hear what the Lord got to say, go home. I got corporate women that I eventually was messing with, but the church girls, nah, but they would just do. I got other church stories to tell y'all, but I'm telling you something. If I was dastardly like I was back in the day when I was Dre the Ripper, when I was 50 Shades of Dre, if I would have walked in there as 50 Shades of Dre, knowing who I was at that time period prior to incarceration, bruh, you'd have thought I was COVID before COVID. I could have ran through many churches, and I mean ran rampant. Ran rampant. Like I said, maybe I was too naive to not run rampant through them. And I had this little idea of what church girls were supposed to be. So I don't want to tarnish that. And maybe because I was on my own spiritual journey, I wasn't trying to have them interrupt my movement. Either way, I wasn't smashing through the church. But a lot of women want y'all to. And that's the mistake that they're making. Let's go to the super chat real quick before we go to the video. A man supporting man says this. Shout out to my brother AMSM. He said, I used to respect church women and not press to hit. He said, but I realize they want to get clapped. Just like I realized they want to get clapped worse and more often than regular women. Regular women are used to getting clapped. Bruh, I got throughout the night, I ain't gonna tell y'all all my church girl stories right now. Bruh, don't think, hey, let's put it like this. Eventually, your boy broke down. Your boy broke down, okay? I broke down like a 1984 Chevy, okay? Your boy broke down. Your boy broke down. I had him walking around like lone owners of a lonely heart. They were singing Sting. Owners of a lonely heart, much better than a loner of a broken heart. Owner of a lonely heart. I had them owning lonely hearts and broken hearts, man. I broke down. what I tell y'all about Andre, to yourself be true. I knew if I hit one of them church girls, man, I'm hitting 61, 71, 81. Like I always say, that's one of the reasons I don't cheat on Andrea. Not just because I love my wife, not because I enjoy the marriage that I have, but I know me, to thyself be true. If I hit one of these Colombian women while I'm married, y'all ain't got to worry about it being one. Don't you ever think that. If Andre tell y'all come over here, me and Andre go work out because he was cheating behind my back with this Colombiana. No, I wasn't. I was cheating with many, many, many Colombianas. If I ever did something like that, you know it ain't gonna be no one. And since I know me, I don't put myself in them trick bags. When it came to them church girls, about a year later, they wore your boy down. Man, I was hitting coochies like it was a prayer request. I was going through them, Lord. Will he hit it for me? Yes, I will. Come here, sister. Let me lay hands on you. Sure, we can have a private Bible study. We're going to fast together. Let's break this fast, girl. Let's break this fast. So when I sit back and tell y'all I got church girl stories, bruh, I got church girl stories. I mean, plenty of them. I'm talking about females that had saved themselves for the longest. That one sister that I smashed, she had saved herself for 8 years. Bruh, I smashed it in less than 8 days. Everybody told me you ain't gonna get that dog. I said, bruh, I'm gonna run through her. I said, we can make a bet on that. I give it 10 days. Man, everybody was trying to hit that. She ain't gave that coochie up in 8 years. I say, bruh, like I said, you need to go here and stop playing Set Your Watch. Because your boy Dre the Ripper, we about to get dastardly up in this church. Man, wasn't even 8 days. Didn't even make it to 10. I got plenty of stories just like that. Why? Because the black church is trying to keep these women single on purpose and not realizing that these women have needs. Instead of training these women on how to get a man in less than a year and how to submit to a man, how to become fit, feminine, and friendly. Why not have the church have an exercise program for these sisters to get sexy and saved? Why not have programs to teach these women how to cook like their grandmamas used to cook in church? They don't have these for the ladies. So now the ladies, okay, after a couple of months, they're like, cool, okay, I can hold my coochie. Okay, I can hold my coochie. I'm good. After a couple about a good year, they look like they're trying to keep a quarter between their knees. Because if the quarter is between their knees, if it hit the ground, they know they need to leave. So they so they stay busy, trying to do this, church that, church this, be involved, volunteer this, volunteer that. They get their degrees, they get their education, they take care of their kids. Everything is going, but the needs keep coming out to want to feed. And masturbation ain't enough, and toys ain't enough. They need somebody that's going to hold them while they having an orgasm. They need to suck on something other than a dildo. They need something that's got real veins in it to suck on. These churches forget that some of these women come from the strip game. Some of these women come from the whole game. Some of these women come from the pay-for-play game. Some of these women come from scamming with the coochie. Now the church is telling them, I'm being for real. Now the church is telling them, you can be saved spiritually, got you. Mentally, got you. But y'all not preparing them what to do to save your coochie or save your sexual life. These women there are women that are giving their lives to the Lord and they're used to having sex 2-3 times a day. These churches aren't preparing these ladies for, listen, I know you got needs, so we gonna help you find you a good man ASAP. That's why men stopped going to the church, because men saw it as the money hustle. Instead of the church preparing them women to be the women that's in the book of Timothy. Wives should be silent in church. The book of Corinthians, Submit your bodies unto one another. Don't be telling your man no, knowing that your coworker could get it. Don't be telling your husband no. That's why your coworker can get it, because you're too busy telling your husband no. I kid you not, dude. I kid you not, the black church acts like black women aren't human. Like black women don't have sexual needs. I'm not saying for black women to go out there and be in the church and throw your coochie around. I'm saying prepare these women that when they leave the church building, that they can go out in the world and know how to walk among men to where men will be attracted to them and say, this one is a keeper. And she ain't got to wait 4 years. She was able to get a new man and some new sex and a new dick and a new husband in a year or 2 years, to whereas with these other chicks that the black church didn't prepare themselves, they sit around 5 years, 15 years. The dog, ladies, I know you got that dog when that dog was a puppy. That dog is dead and gone 5 years ago, and you still ain't got no man. Yeah, that dog was a puppy. Remember, he was a puppy when you got that dog? That dog lived to be 15 years old, didn't he? He just died last summer, didn't he? My condolences. You still waiting. Because the black church is not preparing these women to be wives. They're preparing these women for the profit, the rate of return that the black churches are getting. If the pastors were not here hustling, brothers would have never left the church. Shout out to all you guys, man. Let's go and get started with the with the videos. I don't even want to read your comments. And let the church say amen. Let me turn the music down some. It's crazy how they do black women. Like these black women just all of a sudden, oh, because you saved, you ain't got no yearnings. Your knees don't never come out the feet again. So these women got to pretend and smile and pray and fast. But you don't prepare them to how to be different from the women that's out there in the world. What is it about you that's going to make you stand out to where men say, I got to have her. She's a keeper. They do not prepare black women to be keepers. They prepare them to keep getting smashed, to keep on waiting, to keep on hoping, but they don't prepare them to be keepers. None of them. Man, it's rare that you find a black church. Even mine back in the States, it's rare you find a black church that sit women down and really show them, listen, this is how you become a keeper. Black women learn more about being a keeper from Kevin Samuels than they did their own pastor. Stop me when I'm lying. Kevin Samuels taught black women how to be keepers more than their own pastors. You know why? Because he never expected any profit or proceeds from them. If they gave, cool, with super chats and stuff like that, cool. He had no ulterior motives. When he said that you fat and you overweight and you need to get your big in the gym, pastor should have been told sisters that. When he said get a cookbook, I'm an attorney, I don't need a cookbook. I'm a doctor, I don't need a cookbook. Kevin said, if you don't get a cookbook and stop playing. When Kevin said, you need to go back to your baby, the kid's father. Because I know you left him, he didn't leave you. All that Kevin Samuels said, the pastor should have been saying to the women. Why you think Kevin was able, that couples were able to meet on Kevin's Facebook page and get married? Was it 2 or 3 years? No. That Facebook page wasn't that old. Was it 4 or 5 years? Nope. That Facebook page wasn't that old. And people were getting married off of Facebook when they couldn't even do that in the church. Everything that Kevin was saying, the pastor should have been. And then the funny part, think about how many pastors got mad at Kevin for saying what they should have been saying. Kevin was messing up their money, wasn't he? The pastors were getting upset with Kevin Samuels and danced on his grave, Jamal Bryant, to where your boys had to put you in check. You're in the same fraternity with Kevin Samuels. That's the crazy part. So when I hear you brothers talk about fraternities, yeah, I hear you talking. But I ain't gonna forget about what Jamal Bryant did when Kevin Samuels died, and that's supposed to be your fraternity brother. And you kicked on his grave with the other black women. And you supposed to be a brother. Until the other brothers put you in check, and then you want to come on service next Sunday. Jamal Bryant, my brother Kevin Samuels has passed on. I want to apologize for all the stuff I said after he died. Man, fuck you. Y'all pastors and Dr. Umar was mad because the man was saying to black women what y'all should have been saying, which would have got a lot of sisters married, just like he did in the Facebook group. But y'all was focusing on the money. And Kevin Samuels been going all these years, and y'all ain't changed a bit. And that's why sisters are being left in the church. They're sexy, they're saved, and they're lonely as heck. Lonely. They're going home lonely, just like the corporate sisters. From listening to these male pastors and these female pastors who are haters. And the female pastors be hating on them. You know why the female pastor be hating on the young hot chick that just walked in? Because the female pastor is married to the dude that she probably had to or tolerating. But she sit back and see some of you fine brothers walk up in the church, and she wish she was still single in the pews so she could holler at you. That's why they be hating on the young sexy sisters in the church. Because them female pastors, they stuck with Big Boy. Big Boy ain't been a size 30 in his jeans around his waist since he was 30. Big Boy ain't seen his dick since 1999. Was the last time his fat ass saw his dick without a mirror. He go stand and piss. He just reach and just hope he can remember where his dick is, because he dang sure can't look down and see it, because that's how much gut he got. That's who the female pastor married to. And then she see all you handsome brothers come in, and she can't run down there to the pew like the rest of the women, and she mad. So you can't trust the male pastors of many of these churches because they on the hustle, and you can't trust the female pastors to train some of these women because they hating. And you wonder why women had to go to Kevin Samuels to get the truth. And you wonder why the sisters were hurting when Kevin was telling the truth, because they were so used to being lied to year in, year out. Think about if somebody lied to you for 10, 15 years, and then all of a sudden from out of nowhere, a total stranger told you the truth. You would cuss them out just like Kevin Samuels too. It ain't no difference between how dudes talk to me, treat me, and think about me when I talk about America. Y'all think I hate America like women thought Kevin Samuels hated black men. I tell y'all the truth about America, just like Kevin Samuels told black women about black women the truth about themselves. Black women hated him for that. Why? Because so many black pastors that we grew up with lied to them year in, year out, or the female pastors hated on them year in, year out. And that's why so many dudes got so much to say about me when I talk about the United States and tell y'all the truth. Y'all think I hate the United States. I just tell y'all the truth, the statistical truth, and y'all think I'm a hater, just like the sisters thought Kevin was a hater. Let's get started with the video. Shout out to all you guys that are here on the live stream, by the way. Shout out to my man, Will. It was great hanging out with Will at the Conclave. Hey, sexy boo. Great hanging out with Will at the Conclave. He said, salutations, and shout out to you with the $10 love. He said, salutations, Andre and Andrea chat fam. He said, late to the show, but I'm here. He said, "Oh, this is going to be spit bars all night moment." Okay. He said, "Glad to finally meet you at the conclave. It was great meeting you, man. It was great just hanging out and having lunch. Hey, I'm doing my. I was gonna do it tonight, but I think I'm gonna do it Sunday. The Black Manosphere Conclave video. I still have the receipts from when you and I just had hamburgers. Oh, I'm gonna show them receipts, man. America is just too expensive for me." Yes, sir. Let's get started with the video. Let's get started. Move this and bring this up. I think I removed the wrong one. Yeah, I did remove the wrong one.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug
Video and bring this one up, the real one. Here we go. And I am going to turn the music down just a little bit so we can get started.
Why are men not approaching women in the church? Girl, we about to find out. We about to find out. Like, we about to find out today. Like, the Inside Out Singles is about to tell us, the men's edition. They're about to give us the tease as to why men don't approach women in the church.
Attractive Black Christian women unmarried. That's the question that bothers me the most. It was not negative. It's so long. I go into church and see so many straight up fine sisters.
We can survive without a man. We do all the time, all over the country. For years, we could survive without sexual intimacy. We could survive. We could make it, all right? But we're not satisfied, okay? I'm not going to say happy, because the word happy is not in the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, so it can't be that important. They've made it important to us because we spend money for happiness, all right? And we think it's everybody pick out what they want to have happiness, all right? But as I said, peace is the number one thing that creates happiness and allows all of the other things to grow and happen. But we're very lonely because of our men being so discouraged right now. Okay.
She said they're lonely because of the men being discouraged.
But you can't slide into the presence of God. You ain't my type. If your prayer life is as inconsistent as your texting game, you ain't my type.
I'm tired of my prayers not reaching God because this thick lady over here in this Shein outfit messing up my prayers. I keep looking. Y'all be too thick to be in the house of the Lord like this. Wear a long skirt. I'm trying to get my prayers up to God, and y'all's, this is not what God wants for me. I'm trying to pray to God, and y'all so thick running by me in that offering table. I'd be like, tapping my homeboy, look, she's so thick. Oh my God. That's how I know my prayers ain't
Come on, man.
Some
That's the new
religions got
church
it right.
girl.
When they put the women over there and the men over there, I get it. Because you can't concentrate on God and prayer when this lady smell good and thick. She ain't got no panties on. You in the middle of prayer. You done got chubby a little bit. Your meat done jump like, oh, I see you. I don't need to be like this in church, God. Father, I can't concentrate when it's a thick lady that smells good next to me. I don't even care what her face look like. If she thick, I'm looking.
So a little over a year ago, I ended a relationship and I was single again. And somebody told me these words. Next time you're dating again, wait on God's blessing. Wait on God to give you a way to that man. Of course, you're going to still be in a relationship with God. But it's
I know that's how I felt when I came out the feds and I saw how thick sisters got in church. Because I'm used to, come on, I grew up in the 70s and 80s. I'm used to either there were super slender sisters or there were a couple of big girls. Like it was a couple of big girls, but most sisters were kind of like slender, but they weren't thick like they are now. I got out the feds. I was like, what strip club did I walk into? You guys are not alone. You're not blind. You're seeing the same thing that I'm seeing. I got out the feds, a whole church. Just imagine a whole church full of thickness running up on you saying, God told me that you're going to be my husband. Women that look like that. That's what I was dealing with. Yeah, with the old lady hats. He said they get thicker every 10 years. It looks that way. It looks that way. Let's continue on.
Different when you're married. He has to give away single you to a man. Okay? You ain't on God. Just like your earthly father is gonna give you away at your wedding, your heavenly father. It's gonna give you away.
God bless a lot of the Christian women out here because they are a faithful, hopeful community. A lot of these women do feel like all they got to do is just stay prayed up, doing the right thing, and eventually they will meet their husband. Now, I do believe that a lot of these women will find husbands in marriage one day, but let's be real, a lot of them won't.
I'm almost afraid to make this video because I know it's going to be some backlash. But I'm starting to believe that the church is keeping Black women single on purpose.
Black men already knew
I
this.
am starting to believe that the Black church is keeping Black women single. And what I mean by that is,
let them know, Nazareth.
I want to believe in my heart of hearts that when churches have Women's Day, have women's conferences, when you go to these women empowerment, conferences, and they are allowing people to be vulnerable and transparent, and they are sharing how they healed from certain things and how God's word helped them to heal, which is true. I'm trying to figure out why we are almost intentionally leaving out that God's word also says that a man is a woman's covering and a husband is part of, or should be part of, an honorable, godly life. None of that is ever mentioned in a lot of these spaces. There are more women in the church than men. I don't have a problem with women being in leadership because that's needed today. But when I'm watching women that are in positions of power and in positions of leadership in the church, but I'm not hearing you talk about how important the family structure is and how important a covering is and how a woman is created to be a helpmeet and a neck and the man is supposed. When I don't hear those things talked about almost intentionally, is that because I want these women single?
Before she goes any further, she made a good point. She made a real good point. She said that these churches, especially these churches with men over their head, are not telling the women or teaching the women of the value of having a covering, meaning a man. A lot of these women don't know how valuable you are to their lives. Women in other countries, they know. Many women in many countries know how important the family dynamic is to the survival of their last name, moving on from generation to generation to generation. They know this. Their families let them know how important it is for a woman to have a covering and how important it is for a man to have his wife. They drill that. You ain't got to go to church for that. They talk about that in Andrea family, in your girlfriend family, in your wife family overseas. They ain't even got to go to church to hear it. It's already being repeated and showcased in many families in other countries. Here's the problem. Back home in the Black church in the States, it's not being spoken about at all. She is 100% correct. Women will not go after something that is not valiant to them. Am I lying? Women will not pursue anything. Whether they pursue the degrees because they think the degrees are important, even though the degrees are putting them in debt. Many of these sisters are in $50,000 to $100,000 debt, but because somebody told them that getting a degree is the thing to do, is they make it valuable. So even though they know it, when they get that bachelor's, you'll be $100,000 in debt, they do it anyway, don't they? Why? Because they've been told and programmed to think that's important. The Birkin bag. I just watched the making of the Birkin bag. $90,000 purse, right? Women think this purse is important. The guy did a breakdown of the making of the bag on the economic scale, from the American crocodile skin to the interior leather to the special stitching to the metal parts. And he said for that $90,000 bag, $90,000, because women have made it that important, it only cost them $6,000 to make it. That includes labor. The labor is only $1,000. The stitching itself is like $400 or $500, because you have to have a special artist that knows how to stitch like that for the Birkin bag. Because women, somebody have told them over and over and over again that the Birkin bag is so special that they will pay $90,000 for something that's cost $6,000 to make. So when it comes to men, they aren't getting repetitive value or being showcased that it is value to have your cover. It is important to have your man. Girls, get out there, stop BSing around. Don't listen to these women that are talking about I'm Miss Independent, I'm this and that. Don't listen to these career women. Girl, get out there and get you a covering. No matter what you need to do, you gonna make it through. Do not tell me that he cheated, because y'all cheat just as much as the men do. Girl, get out there and keep your man, because if you lose your covering, they need to be looking at it like they look at the Birkin bag. They need to look at us like they look at the degree. They need to look at us like they look at single motherhood. They need to look at us because it's God is supposed to be us as the next level of covering. But she's right. As long as these churches don't tell these ladies how valuable the covering of a man is, they will never see us like they see their degrees. They'll never see us like they see their Birkin bags. They'll never see us like they see their girl groups. They'll never see us like they see that. Bruh, y'all ready? Black women trust LGBTQ opinion more than they trust black men opinion. Let something happen to you. You think they gonna just call a girlfriend? No, they gonna call a gay male friend too. And he gonna hype him up, and he gonna lie to him just as fast as the LGBTQ. But did she call other heterosexual men that's gonna tell her, come to think of it, you was wrong about that, LaWanda. You need to go back and apologize to that man. No, they're not gonna call heterosexual black men that's gonna put her in check. Why? Because the black church never even told her that the black male friendship is an important covering to have as well. They don't even come to us black brothers in church. Why be in the church if they don't even come to us black brothers to ask us, how do I get a man? They don't care about us. What did I say? One of the most valuable things about women in other countries, they have like Star Trek, shield, Scotty, and Scotty put up the protective shields. My wife has so many males that protect her before I came along to keep away the riffraff. You know why some of you dudes could run through the women in Medellin the way that you do? You ready? Them the ones that ain't protected. They don't have shields. They ain't protected by their uncles, their dad, male cousins, male friends. They ain't protected by nobody. Second, they aren't protected by the women. The women that y'all run through in Medellin, their grandmamas didn't raise them to be like that. But the problem is their grandmothers aren't in their lives as much anymore. Their mama didn't raise them to be out there in parquet areas like that. And if they did, they aren't protected. Many of the women that y'all run through, if y'all, this is the funny part. That's why I say about when y'all try to act like all the women in DR are alike. No, they aren't. There are women in DR that you will never meet unless you serious. There are women in the Philippines. You will never meet her. She will never give you 3 seconds of her time. Why? Because her uncle, her dad, her male cousins, and all the other male friends that she had that were real friends, and even in her church in the Philippines, has taught her you're protected by what the men teach you. And then you're protected by what the other women were an example of for you. They have 2 levels of protection. Those women will never come your way. Some of you dudes wonder why every time you go to a country, you only attract trashy chicks, because the good chicks, they're protected. They got a shield around them. In the black church, they don't allow, pastors don't allow black women to have a shield around them to prepare them to be wives. They just prepare them to be career women, yes. Christian women, yes. Saved by the Lord women, yes. Sexy women, yes. But they don't prepare them to be in solidified relationships with men and look at you guys as a covering or a shield to protect them from the riffraff that's out there that want to drag them back into the streets and back out of the church and back out of the temple and back out of the mosques. It's sad. It's sad for black women that's trying to do the right thing. That's what my point is. This whole episode is really sad for the ones that's trying to do the right thing. I ain't talking about the ones that's out there wilding and they in church. I'm talking about the ones that's really trying to do the right thing, but the black church ain't trying to do the right thing when it comes to preparing these ladies, but they still taking these women money.
The only one that is starting to feel this way.
Oh, there's a lot of truth in what she just said. I actually saw a post that said churches control the mother, the prisons control the father, and the schools control the children. You will not hear nothing in church about the family structure because they still want to present it to these black women like, oh, it's okay that you're single. You can go on being single and still be happy and live your life without a man. No, they don't want to talk about nothing except for that building fund that those women need to keep adding to
Shout
every
out to
month.
Zay.
They are not encouraging the family unit in these churches.
The church is keeping Christian women single, and this is why there are so many Christian single women at the church. Literally single for years, not getting married, not getting any type of dates, not getting any type of attention. While they are serving at church, they're doing all the right things on paper. They might be in great physical shape. They might have their healing journey all, through and through. They're doing the inner work. They're doing all that. They are focused. They are focused on Christ. They've been focused on Christ for years. They have been doing the things that people have been telling them to do for years, yet they're still single, have no candidates, have nobody looking in their direction. Let me tell you something. The church does not teach Christian women how to date. The church does not teach Christian women to date at all. What they tell us to do is to sit with our hands in our laps and to wait for a man to come at our door. That is not biblically wise. Faith without works is dead, and that applies to every area of our life. If you have a job and you lose that job, are you just going to sit and pray for God to send you a new job and then just stay at home and not apply for a single job? No. If you lose your job, you're going to pray, Lord, please bless me with another job. Of course, there's the faith. But then after that, you're going to go searching for a job. You're going to be applying for jobs. And you're going to pray that God will bless you with the right job. If all you're doing is sitting at home doing 1,000 prayers for your future spouse, you are fasting, you are praying, you're doing all these other things, but you're not actually putting any practical work into dating, more times than not, you are not going to find your spouse.
Those are the only dating talking points that they have for these women. They just tell these women to simply pray about a husband, wait for your husband to come. Oh, God is preparing you for your husband. It's not your time yet, but soon will be your time. And this is the kind of stuff that they're telling them. Check this out.
Has it not occurred to you that maybe your no's and rejection are because God is trying to direct you to the person he has for you?
You see how they sell them that to make them feel better? Well, the reason you don't have a man yet is because God is trying to direct you like through a maze of life to prepare you for your man. Sounds like it makes a lot of sense. There is no Bible story where God did that. Okay, let's do this. Y'all ready? Let's walk through the Bible. They say God is protecting you and preparing you before you get your blessing, before you get your man. Did God bless Adam and still let him bump his head? Did God bless Moses, still let him bump his head? Did Abraham had to jump off the cliff of faith, still bumped his head many a day? God was still on his team, wasn't he? King David, Saul, King Saul, Jesus' disciples, many of the prophets. Why is it that when it comes to us men, God ain't got no problem with still working with us while he give us our blessing? Did the prophets stop being prophets? God gonna hold you back from being a prophet until you are ready, my brother. God picked some of the dudes with some of the biggest flaws to be prophets, didn't he? He knew King David was a freak and was gonna raise a freak named Solomon, King Solomon. Did he still not make King Solomon king, even though he's freaky deaky? What about King David? He knew King David was gonna take one of his best friend's wives, slut her out, while Uriah, the best friend, is in King David's war. He's at war, one of his generals. What is King David doing? He back in the castle slutting out Uriah's wife, get her pregnant, tries to lie about it, sends Uriah back from the war. What's up, Uriah? What's up, dog? What's up, King? What's up, dog? Hey, how's the war? Oh man, we gonna win this one, Dave. We gonna win this one. Good looking out, good luck. Go, hey, I'm gonna send some drinks over to your house. What? Yeah, I'm gonna send some drinks over there, some food. I just want to let you know I appreciate you. You my boy. You been with me since I was a teenager. You one of my best friends, Uriah. Good looking out. I'm gonna go get your freak on with your fine wife. Oh, okay, King. You know we fighting a war, right? Yeah. Go ahead, spend some time with your wife. King, you know I'm a general. I ain't supposed to be here anyway. I'm supposed to be at the. Man, you ain't never sent for me, man. You ain't never. Come on, Dave. What's going on? You ain't never sent for me during no war. What's popping, man? We in the middle of a war. We done had plenty of wars. You ain't never sent me home to talk to you about what's. You could have sent a messenger. Why you go one of your generals? Why you gonna have me come from the front line, talk about go home and eat and have sex with my wife? You know what type of soldier I am. If my boys can't have sex with their wives because they out there fighting the war, I ain't gonna have sex with my wife. What does King David end up doing? Because Uriah was a soldier, a man among men. To hide his lie, he sent a message back to the other generals through Uriah. Uriah don't even know he carrying his own death message. He one of King David's right-hand dudes. He been slutting that man's wife out the whole time. Got her pregnant. Take the message back to the other generals. King David says, so King David sent this message from you, Uriah? Yeah. That message from King David, my boy. All right, Uriah. Dave said, we gonna put you in the front of the front line. What? Yeah, that's what the message say, bro. Put Uriah in the front of the front line. That's where the newbies get killed. Yeah, he said if you really love him and you his boy and you care about him and you want us to win this war, you need to be in the front line with the newbies. Now Uriah knew this was a death wish because the dudes in the front line are the first ones to go. But because Uriah was his boy, his right-hand man, even though he didn't know King David had been slutting his wife out the whole time, even though he was like, man, what did I do to the king? That's my dog. Why would he put me on the front line? He did it anyway. What's my point? Even King David, with all his flaws, God still considered him a man of God. These women are trying to convince women that they need to be on a perfect, then God will reveal your wife, your husband to you. Girl, the reason why God ain't showed you your husband, you ain't perfect in his eyes yet. God ain't never asked no man to be perfect. You go and scroll through the Bible. Ain't none of them dudes perfect. It's just flaw after flaw after flaw. I'm studying Hosea right now. Hosea is, he married a prostitute. Had 2 kids by the prostitute. Read the book of Hosea. This dude married a prostitute. And I'm talking about a real paper play prostitute with a pimp. He was paying the pimp to leave her alone. She's still running to the streets even after Hosea and her had 2 kids. She's still running to the streets. Nowhere does God ask males to be perfect. So why are women trying to sell women on being perfect? Or the scenario needs to be perfect for God to open up the doors for you. You see how much of a con that is? That's a con. Yeah, King David straight up simp, didn't he? Yeah, he straight played him. Jerome said this. He said, or Jeremiah says this. He said, in the Bible, it also tells women to shut up when being in the presence of a man. Absolutely correct. He said, Tamar prostituted in Judah. Yep, to Judah in order to get her child. He owned her, and he owned her. That's true. And shamed him for her abusive sons and not giving her a young son. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And I remember that. Yep, paper play is heavy in the Bible. Man, yes, it is. There's a lot of paper play that was going on in the Bible. A lot of it. Especially in the Old Testament. Yep. Then you get to the New Testament with Jesus. One of his female disciples that followed him in the 12 disciples was Mary Magdalene. She was paper play. Shout out to Mary Magdalene. Let's go back to the video. It just gets me that the church is trying to convince women to be perfect or expect a perfect scenario, where nowhere in the Bible do men have to wait for a perfect scenario to be blessed. Let's continue on.
Have you thought that maybe you're not in a relationship because you're not ready for one? Maybe it's taking longer because God is dealing with you and working out some things inside of you that he doesn't want you to carry into your marriage. God is saying, slow down,
absolutely correct.
Be still, and listen to my voice. Singles, your status does not mean you are not whole or incomplete. Your husband does not mean that you are whole or incomplete. When you seek the Lord, you are whole and complete.
But the truth is, you don't talk to anybody. You don't talk to men just because you're single. And they sold you this lie of, oh, it will just come. You need to stop worrying about that. Just serve the Lord. And if you get busy and you pretend like you don't want marriage, then it's going to come. We don't give this advice for anything else. If someone wants a higher paying job, no one says to be idle. They say, keep applying, position yourself in the job market, right? Until it happens. Even if you get rejected by one company, does that mean that
The church is contributing to women's singleness, and this is something that I'm very passionate about, so I'm going to share some things with you. When I say the church, I mean the body of Christ and the building. This does not mean the entirety of all church people, all church folks, all Christians. There's a small percentage of believers in churches.
I want y'all to notice something. You notice that the women that are complaining about this are not unattractive women. It's not a ugly girl or big girl phenomena. It's a all women phenomena. The women that are coming on social media, shout out to my man T-Mac. The women that are coming on social media are not the women that are like unattractive and they're complaining because they're unattractive and they can't get a man. If you notice, it's the women that are not the women that have a little cuteness or beauty about them, a little ladylikeness about them, a little Southern belle about them. They're complaining the most. So let's continue on listening to this, but you guys are going to notice throughout this whole evening that many of the women that are going to be talking tonight, they're not unattractive women. So it's not the big girl that's complaining because she might think I ain't got a chance. So, hey, I ain't got a chance. It ain't the unattractive chick because she thinking I ain't got a chance. It's the chicks that think that they got a chance that's scratching their head wondering, what am I doing wrong? Let's continue on. But I just want you guys to notice that.
That actually contribute to helping women learn how to date, to actually pushing people together for kingdom marriages and etc. When I say this, I'm not addressing those people whatsoever because they're actually doing what they should be doing to help kingdom marriages come together. But for the other large percentage, we are being told as women to just wait and sit and serve and wait and sit and serve. The reason I'm upset about it is because there are women that are doing exactly that, waiting, sitting, and serving for years, some 10 years, some 12 years, some even longer than that. But because all they've been taught is to wait and sit and serve and to never actually try to do anything on the dating market, they're watching people pass them by, getting married left and right, praying all the prayers, doing all the right things on paper, and quite literally losing hope. It hurts me to see a woman wait for years and years and years and years and years, getting so discouraged, and then finally giving up on the idea of ever getting married, all because they've been taught wrong. I think a large percentage of the women of God that actually do desire marriage could be married right now if they actually knew the practical steps according to dating. People are saying that it's not the church's job to teach us, but it is, because if we're not learning this from the body of Christ, we're going to learn it from the world. And you can't say it's not the church's job to teach us, but then tell us that we need to be single and wait and wait and wait and wait. It doesn't make sense.
The Black church's focus is not on building families. It's about keeping women single, comfortable, independent. I said what I said. Just look at the numbers. The church is 70 to 80% single women. And the pastor want to sell these women this fairy tale, telling them that your Boaz is coming. Keep waiting, knowing good and well that there isn't any single men in the congregation. And that's low-key manipulation, because the men aren't flocking to the churches because the churches are catered to women. The sermons shame men and pamper women. The programs be women brunches, women conferences, women's night. The churches know who paid the tithes. It's the women. So they selling the women these dreams while cashing their checks. You gotta ask yourself, if the church is really about family, why is it full of single mothers, single women, and empty of men? Because the Black church needs the women single, desperate, and waiting. Because if you had the family that you prayed for, then they wouldn't be able to get.
Part one, starting off, when I say the church, I mean the body of Christ and the building, okay? It is not one or the other, it's both, because both contribute to this conversation. You go to church, 9 times out of 10, people are just saying, just wait, just wait, just wait. As long as you're serving in your purpose, you go to church, you go home, you go to church, you go home, eventually your man is gonna run into you. That's not true. You cannot be found if you are in hiding. You just staying on the same rotation path every single day. You've been going to the same church for 5 years. You know everybody in that building. This is not going to get you found. Just because it worked for one person that you heard a story from one time does not mean that this is going to be your story. Secondly, y'all are saying it's not the church's responsibility to teach us how to date. I'd like to argue that it actually kind of is. If we're not listening to our brothers and sisters in Christ on how to date, we're going to be learning it from the world. We both know how that would go. So yeah, we do need to learn this from the kingdom. People are saying that dating is not biblical. I disagree, because the only way to get married is to date. You're not going to go up to the married couple at church and tell them that their dating season was unbiblical. But why are we telling this to singles? Courting and dating is the same thing. We always try to bring this up and make an argument, but it's not. Y'all only know dating from the world's perspective, and that's why you think that dating is bad. If you actually know how to date as a kingdom woman, you have boundaries and standards and preferences and whatnot, you're not going to be dating like the world.
Yes, that's very true. A lot of these Baptist Christian churches, they pretty much are teaching feminism up in there. They pretty much are teaching women to stay to themselves, don't date, no sex before marriage, practice celibacy. They having these worship services, hypnotizing these women, selling them fairy tales that, a man just gonna magically appear to their door one day. They don't have to leave their house. They don't have to go out. No, God is preparing a man for you, and you don't have to do anything. You just got to sit back and get ready for that man to show up. He will eventually show up. These women grow old to 60, 70 years old, ain't found a man yet.
So I found
Before she goes, this is a good question my brother asked. He said, Andre, what exactly do the Colombian churches do that get them married versus the black church? Here we go. Black churches are still focusing on trying to change. Black churches in the States, let's do it that way. Black churches and even many white churches in the church are trying to program women, or hopefully should be preparing women to be wise. I won't say programming, but should be preparing women to be wise, right? They're at that stage of preparing women to be wise. This is what they should be doing. In other countries, and you guys know we go to church. Andre just got back from church, so I'll be in church this Sunday, right? And one thing I noticed with all these couples that I see in the church, I see more couples than I see anything else. And our church is diverse. So it's black people, black Afro-Colombians, mestizas, which is white Colombians. We got some of everybody in our church. So we got every race, color, creed. I do see a lot of black women there, but I see a lot more black couples and a lot more black men from different ages, different stages. So the young black men, teenage black men, adult black men, older black men. I mean, older men. I don't want to just say black men, but older men. The family dynamic is taught at home in South America. The church confirms it. You see what I'm saying? In other countries, wife is taught by mom and grandma, dad. By the time me and Andre get to church, they ain't saying nothing to us, but how to solidify it, how to keep it strong, how to keep it going for the next, how to keep what Andre and I have built at home going for 3 or 4 more generations. That's what we're discovering. When we go to church, they ain't sitting around to cater to the women. What for? You got a whole slew of men up in there too. So they care, at least ours, cater more towards confirming what they learned at home. Or teaching, let's say there are women, like I said before, in South America that guys can easily sleep with, but some of these ladies decide to give their life to the Lord, get back off in the church. Now they're being groomed among all these couples to be the woman that mom didn't groom her to be when she was in Medellin. Mom didn't tell her how to do that. Grandma didn't show her how to do that. So she became pay for play in Medellin. But then she gave her life to the Lord. Now she's in a church that's not only confirming families, but now showing her what mom and dad didn't show her. The black church in the States ain't doing that. They ain't taking these women that used to be on the stripper pole and turning them into turning a hoe into a housewife. The church can do that, but they don't. They don't. They rather get these women and have them go to school to turn them into career women than husbands. In other words, she gets off the stripper pole and she gets a degree. She gets a career. And now she has money to put off into the church, right? She's taking care of her son as a single mom. She's got that career. Don't nobody know she's a stripper unless somebody, or OnlyFans, unless she tells somebody. But that money is steady coming. The church trains black women to make money to give money. Make money to give money. That's the difference. There is no confirmation of the family dynamic in the Black church. It isn't. I never experienced that in modern day churches. Never experienced that. They don't talk about God being the Father. They talk about God being a provider, like he's a genie. If you do this, God is going to give you this. God is going to give you, like God is a genie. They never talk about him being a father or a head of a household. They never talk about the husband is your next level of covering. They never talk about your community that covers you around. But in these other countries, it's already a part of. In other countries, for many women, if they never make it to church, they know about the family dynamic. If they never heard it in church, they know about the family dynamic. The Black women in our communities back home in the States, sadly, have not been, the modern woman has not been programmed or been raised to appreciate or value the family dynamic. So when by the time she gets to church, the church is just a place of confirmation. That doesn't happen in our country. These women literally have to learn from scratch in the States. And they're learning the wrong things. And that's why they went to Kevin Samuels. Think about how many church girls went to Kevin Samuels on a nightly basis. They went to their pastors and pastors had them still single. Kevin Samuels literally told them, girl, I don't care what you're talking about. I don't care if you're 5'9". You're still overweight. Get to the gym. Get feminine. Start smiling. Kevin had to think about it. Kevin literally had to tell Black women for almost 3 months of videos, start smiling. If you want to attract a man, you don't have to show your pearly whites, but a nice grin or smizing, meaning smiling with your eyes. Just let a person know that you're approachable. That was Kevin's point. Not you walk around cheesing, but walking around as if you were approachable, as if you weren't a female asshole. Women in other countries, think about it. How many women in Colombia do y'all see walking around smiling? Just smiling to be smiling. But when you approach them, they give off an energy of approachability. It's not about the smile. It's about women in other countries being approachable. And if you give them a compliment, do they not smile? Do they not say thank you? How many of y'all in any of these other countries, when you walked up to a female, as soon as you walked up to say something, she was like, no, don't say nothing. I got a man. I'm married. They don't do none of that in other countries, do they? I've never experienced it. I never heard anybody else talk about they walked up to a female and she was acting like super funny style in other countries outside the West. So including UK, United States, Canada, Australia. Other than funny style countries, the average country, you can walk up to a female and she is not looking at you like maybe some European countries, but for the most part, most countries are not looking at you. Women are not looking at you like you got off a spaceship. That's the difference between Colombia, other countries, and the United States. The church confirms the family dynamic that they learned at home. In the United States, there is no family dynamic, and the women have to learn from scratch by the time they get to church. Shout out to you guys. Hope you guys understood my answer. He said, so shout out to Dana being in the building. Dana says this. He says, so the so-called pastors are con artists, not all, but many, who play on the emotions of silly women laden with sins. That's biblical. That's biblical. Somebody else said that earlier too. And diverse lusts, according to the scriptures. They have no man or no men covering them. Absolutely correct. Based off of what they were talking about earlier. T-Mac says this. Shout out to T-Mac. He say, sorry for the absence. These birthday celebrations are too much for me. Oh, she admitted, yeah, I saw the Facebook videos. Good times in Medellin, though. Been exhausted. I can imagine, brother. I can imagine. You know D, and D knows everybody too. Shout out to our girl D. Let me slide this chair up. There we go. Let's continue on with the video, gentlemen. That was a good question, though, about the difference between here in the States.
Video of a woman, and she said that the church is keeping Black women single. And I just want to put it in my 3 cents. Because I watched the entirety
come out
of the
to church
video,
with us.
and I actually
A couple brothers have
agree
already
with
come out to
what
church
she's
with us.
saying in the video. I just don't agree with her
Let
blaming
me pause
the
this
church.
for a minute. For all you guys, and I mean this, for all you guys that are interested in attending church in Colombia, just to see what it's like. Our church is about 2,000 people. Got 3 services. So when we go, the service is like maybe it's got about 1,000 people when we go. So it's got to be about 3,000 people with all the services, right? Including kids and stuff like that. So anytime that you guys come, other guys have already come with us. So anytime you guys come to Cali and you're like, hey, Dre, I don't leave until Monday. You mind mind if I'll tag along with you and Andrea? We ain't got no problem with picking y'all up and taking y'all to church with us. Do not think, and I mean that, do not think that we have a problem with letting you guys experience the church. And there are mosques here. If you're Islamic, there are mosques here as well. So don't just come to these other countries and think that the only time you can enjoy services of your religious beliefs are in America. Find out what the local mosques are if you're Islamic in Brazil. And go to that mosque and experience that part. That gives you a chance to experience another part of that country. Same thing with church. So anytime you guys come to Cali and y'all say, Dre, I'm going to be here till Monday or Tuesday. Do you mind if picking me up on Sunday? Because we go to 11 o'clock service. Just in case you guys are wondering, we go to the 11 o'clock service. They got a 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and I think they got a 1 o'clock service. And then we got Wednesday Bible study, and then Friday night. That's why you guys always see Andrea every Friday night. She goes to Bible study. But any of you guys want to go, I just want to give that, shout out to DJ being in the building. I just want to give that shout out in regards to that. T-Mac says, I was a deacon in the past, so I know how people roll at church. The loudest people give the least money. This is true, brother. This is true. He said, Andre, I really like that. Yeah, when you come to town, guys, hit me up. Don't just be hitting me up to go out and get some drinks or go out to the clubs. But if you want to go to church, we rolling. We rolling. Do not think that that we funny style about church. Yeah, bruh. I ain't gonna lie. They got some niceys up in there. They got some niceys up in there. I told y'all the story, man. Abraham went. Shout out to Abraham. We were in church service. Andre was sitting in front of us, right? Because the chairs were all gone. So Andre was sitting just right in front of us, right? Me and Abraham sitting next to each other. It's like I think it was the offering, the time for the offering, right? I think me and Abraham glanced up at the same, bro, we saw this bad sister. And it was like from the side. So it was like, and it was sticking out, bruh. This is the funny part. I didn't think Abraham saw what he was seeing. He didn't think I saw what he was seeing. So we both kind of looked at each other like, did you see that, bro? Like, dog. That sister. And she was just short as can be. She looked like she was like 5'3", 5'2", but she was a baddie. Yes, we got some in that church, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. We got some niceys. We got some niceys. For real. I'll be like, dang, girls, all right. Jesus loves you. Yes, sir. He said Colombian church would do the soul good for sure. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely. All right, gentlemen. Shout out to Jeff being in the building, my uncle. He's always going to church with us. He said, what up, though, chat? just taking a little break from studying to join in. He said, are there any spiritual temples? I believe so. You have to let me know what you mean by the spiritual temples, and then we'll just have to look some up for you, Jay. You know, there's some of everything down here. Definitely. But that's a good question. That's a real good question. He said, that's just debate Abraham wants to be father of many nations for real. Good one. Yeah, man. We both looked up at the same time because we were like this. We looked like, dang. And you try not to look like that while you in church, right? You in church, man. And wifey right there. So you trying to be respectful. But man, we got some baddies. Yes, sir. Buddhism. Okay, cool, Jeff. I'll definitely look for that for you. Let me write that down for you. Write that down. Just gave my other pen to Andrea. Cool. Shout out to man YouTubing is a habit. What's up, chat? What up, brother? Let's get back to the video, guys. You didn't come here just to see me. You came here to talk about the topic with the church ladies.
The church is not trying to keep Black women single. Society is. And what's happening is too much of the world is being allowed in the church. It's not the church, it's the world. But the world is currently dominating the church. And when I say that, what I mean is that the devil is running rampant, and we are living in a time where so many things are being normalized that the structure of the church is being weakened to allow spiritual warfare. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. I'll say it because I said it before and I'll say it again. The Jezebel spirit is running rampant in this generation. I am 24 years old. The amount of women that no longer want to get married, no longer want to have children, want to be the head of household, don't want to submit to anyone, the numbers are astronomical.
And that's in the church. We think it's rampant out of the church. Everything she just described are the women that are in the church. They talking about they want husbands, but they don't want to get married. So they want to get smashed. But they don't want to feel bad for getting smashed. You can't make this up.
And the proof is even in that woman's comments, because we have women creating this ideology of decentering men when the center should be God to begin with. And if you omit the Black man from the Black household.
Our church is like, now I know we're going to continue. Our church is like praise and worship in a white church. I haven't been to an all Black church in Colombia. I walked past one. You think it was Pentecostal church. So I've been to I walked past the Black church in Colombia, but even when I was in the States, I like to be in a multiracial. I grew up in an all Black church. I enjoy multiracial churches. I want my church to look like heaven. That's how I always thought. I had to grow up in a Black church because I was raised in the Black community, and my mama, right? Your mama gonna take you to Black church. As an adult, I wanted the church that I attended to look like heaven. I kid you not. I wanted everybody, I wanted to see everybody. I didn't want to pretend that heaven, when I die, is gonna be all Black folk in there. I wanted to live, when I go to church, I want church to be the exact same way that it will look in heaven, with different cultures, different people of different ages, different backgrounds, different lifestyles. That's heaven, according to the scriptures. But now their music in our particular church is more like a praise and worship type of music. It's not like a Black church like back in the States, right? Even though you have a lot of churches around the world that remind you of Black church music. Let me put it like this. I'm more of the word type brother. Just in case you guys are wondering, I go to church with a pen in hand. I'm taking notes, bruh. I love the worship part, but I love the word part. I'm a dude that still listen to J. Vernon McGee. I'm listening to Charles Stanley, Chuck Swindoll. I like to really understand the history of the scripture, of that one verse. So when I'm studying, I like going to a church that has more of a teacher than a preacher. I don't need hooping and hollering necessary. I need to see, like in our church, they got the big giant screen and they put the scripture up there in Spanish, of course, and I can read, and I go ahead and read it to myself in English. That's what I need. I don't need no pastor in the name of the Lord and then Jesus. No, I grew up with that. If you grew up Pentecostal, you grew up with that, and you never pulled your pen out, and you never really opened up your Bible. And the reason why it's easy to run through Pentecostal women is because they don't know nothing about the word. Because the pastor does so much hooping and hollering, he doesn't do any teaching. So as an adult, I decided I want to go to a church that had teaching, where I could literally take notes, and I could go back and examine and apply those notes that I took. You know, I'm a KC. Remember KC Price in Los Angeles? I'm a KC Price dude. I have my notes, man. Shoo. I might watch that episode 3 or 4 times. Perfecting Praise. Not Perfecting Praise, but I forget the name of his the name of his broadcast. KC Price, Frederick KC Price. That's me, man. I was raised on that hooping and hollering, and they taught me nothing. I listened to that hooping and hollering, and I ended up in the feds for 10 years. So I started listening to more teachers, and I'm good. I'm good. Give me some teachers, man. Give me a pastor that he is studying that particular verse for 5 weeks in a row. That's what type of teaching I like. Give me a pastor that's sitting right there, and he teaches from that one chapter, maybe 5 weeks in a row. It may be that one verse, but there are so many nuggets that come out that verse. So that's how our church is. So if y'all think our pastor is a hooper holler, no, not necessarily. Like during the prayer part, you know, when you're praying for people, that's one thing, but the hooping and holler, no, man, no. I've outgrown that. Yeah, the Faith Dome. Yeah, the Faith Dome with Frederick KC Price, Dr. Frederick KC Price. Yeah, those are the pastors who I enjoy, man. I kid you not. He's going to extract every morsel out of that verse. Absolutely correct. I got verses, man. The first verse, I kid you not, I never told you guys this story, right? When I first started really focusing on my Christian journey, I'm in the county jail. I'm still going through the feds, going to court, right? White boy owns a radio. He's playing rock music, and I love rock music. And I really wanted to start listening to it was my first time I really wanted to start listening to Christians Bible studies on the radio, but I didn't own a radio. So I went to the white boy in the jails. How much you want for the radio, dude? He said, you want to buy my radio? I said, yo, I want to buy your radio. He said, send this much money to my books. And it wasn't much. And I'll let you get my radio. I said, cool. Got the money sent to his books. Got the radio. First time I turned on the radio to a Bible study. Chuck Swindoll. I've been listening to Chuck Swindoll for over 40 years now. Chuck Swindoll out of Anaheim, California, of the Dallas Seminary. He was preaching on the book of James. To this day, I can tell, because he was teaching and not hooping and hollering, I can tell you about the book of James. Brethren, count it all joy when you fall into diverse temptations. James chapter 1. Knowing that the working of your faith brings patience. But let patience have its perfect work, that you may be perfect and complete and in want of nothing. That's like the first 10 chapters. Dude, I learned that 40 years ago. The first 10 verses on a radio, because he He spent like 4 or 5 days going over what is, brethren, will you find yourself falling to diverse temptations? Meaning, if you find yourself in some problematic situations, he said, hey, it's all right. Everybody goes through problems in life. It's the working of your faith. But the working of your faith is patience. But let patience have its perfect work, that you may be perfect and complete and want of nothing. So he broke down what perfect means. Perfect means patience will cause you to be mature because you've been through so many trials in life. Now at 60, it's stuff that don't move me that move a 30-year-old. Why? I know that stuff I need to be patient through. Why? I had that radio in prison. Why? Because I gave a white boy the few dollars for it. Why? And I turned it on to Chuck Swindoll. All those hooping and hollering preachers that I grew up with, the coaches, in the name of the Lord, and Jesus got you, caused me to end up having no spiritual insight, and I'm in prison for 10 years. But I turned on this white dude, and I can still remember his sermon 40 years ago, because I could pull out a pen and take notes and then start applying what he was saying, even though he talked about it for 5-6 days, that one version of the book of James. Yes, sir. The Crenshaw Christian Center was on, I didn't know that, where it was located. On Crenshaw Boulevard in Inglewood. I did know Inglewood. He said, that's a word right there. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Kid you not. I kid you not, man. I would study every morning. I would turn on teachings. I didn't care who it was. I don't care if it was Joyce Meyer. I don't care if it was Kenneth Copeland. I didn't care if it was John Osteen's Joel's dad. I was following Joel's dad before I knew about John. Before I knew about Joel. Joel was just a kid when I was listening to his dad. I'm listening to out of the South, Pastor G.E. Patterson, Gilbert Earl, that is. Shout out to Gilbert Earl Patterson. Listen to him on Sunday. Dude, if I could pull my pen out, I'm giving you a chance. Now, if I find out what you're saying is contradicting what the word says, I ain't gonna give you another chance. But all that hooping and hollering, I was done with that, bro. I was done. Hoopers ain't do nothing but give me 10 years in prison. Done with them hoopers. Some of y'all got pastors right now, they still hooping. That's on you. Me, if I can't pull out a pen in front of your pastor and take notes, I ain't going to your church again. You believe that one. That one you can believe. That's why when I mentioned to you guys, when I went to church with my auntie, I didn't notice what the women were looking at me, because I got my pen in my hand. I'm taking notes. I ain't listening to what these women doing. I ain't watching these women in this church. I'm too busy trying to hear what God got to say to Dre. I just got out of prison. I ain't hear what these heifers got to say in church or looking at in church. I'm hearing what God got to say. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's continue on with the ladies.
The black community dies. Like, let's call a spade a spade. Something that I learned, I was probably like 13 years old. I was at this conference. Why I was there, I don't know. Shout out to my grandma. And this woman, she said something that stuck with me. She said, if you want to know if something is wrong, ask yourself, if everyone was to do it, would humanity still be able to go on? So I'm gonna ask you a question. If every black woman decided that a black man wasn't needed, that children were not needed, that family were not needed, what would happen? Now, this is not for me to say that everyone has to be married and everyone has to have children. That's not what I'm saying. It's just that the numbers, the way that it's going, it's like, okay, if you have a call to abstinence over your life, cool. Celibacy, whatever the case may be, if you're meant to be alone, there's nothing wrong with it. But the same women who don't want a man in the house wants a man in their bed.
Now, that's a very interesting angle she's bringing to this conversation, too. Could it possibly be the too much of the world is being allowed into the church? I guess she's meaning that a lot of the church leaders are compromising just so they can get more members in the church. A lot of these churches are not actually standing on traditional Christian standards or values. They just trying to fill up the seats. And of course, they're just trying to fill up the seats.
Get ready while you're single. I'm single and I want to let y'all know. Get ready while you're single. Oh, you think you're pretty good with your purity? Wait till that man is in front of you. You think you're good with your emotions? Wait till that man is in front of you. Oh, you think you could be led well? Oh, you think? Wait till it's right in front of you.
That is so true. A lot of them church sisters that I was able to, that was coming my way when I wasn't even coming their way. It was easy when it was not any or very few men in the church, and they knew all the men that were in the church. They knew them by name. But when us new dudes start coming to the particular church in Detroit, bruh, them sisters folded. All that Bible study out the window. All that celibacy out the window. All that praying out the window. Dude, they were spreading them legs so fast, bruh. When I decided I'm going to go ahead and do my dastardly deed, and never had an argument. Ain't nobody fussing, ain't nobody cussing. They all sharing. They all knew they were sharing us, the few brothers that were in there. They did not care. One was cooking for me on Wednesday. Another one was cooking for me after Sunday. Another one was cooking for me on Monday evenings after I got off work. These ain't my women. These are just church sisters that had needs. And here's the kicker. They weren't bad women. They weren't street women. Dude, other than having needs, these were good sisters. They went to church, took care of business, took care of their kids, were extremely responsible, very feminine, very fit, very friendly. They just had needs. And the church doesn't talk about that. The women would wish they could stand at the pew, pastor. How can I be this fit, feminine, friendly woman, but I still got needs? And so when I wasn't smashing them and they were just going about their day, these were some of the nicest, sweetest sisters, man, that you would ever want to meet. I'm talking about Southern Belles up north. Don't think it was Shaquanda, Shanika, Renee and them, or that these women were relapsing and becoming hoes again. Nope. They wasn't just throwing their coochie around to everybody in the church. They were only going to let you hit as a dude, but didn't have a problem with you hitting as many as you wanted. You caught that? See, the men in church, we become the hoes because we're the one that's slinging, not the women. It's us that's slinging. And I'm not talking about, see, you guys, some of you guys are thinking about the church women that have got a pookie back home. I'm not talking about them. I'm not talking about the church sister that got a man he ain't never been to church for in the last 14 years. I ain't talking about them. That's a completely different type of women that we're talking about on this show. The women that you're looking at on the video are women that ain't got no man, but they got needs. They're taking care of business, but they got needs. They're not rude or irresponsible, but they got needs. That's why that young lady said, y'all sit up there and talk about how y'all prepared, Lord, send me a man. But when that man is standing in front of you and you can smell that he got on Baccarat 540, he's 5'8", 5'9", 6 feet, whatever it may be. He's been to the gym. You can see the spiritual grow and glow on him. Man, you talk about panties getting wet. You talking about panties getting wet. And you just there for the Lord. As a man, you initially there for the Lord. Man, they throwing panties at you like you R. Kelly in the 90s. 12 play. 12 play. That's why you don't be seeing church sisters all the time in a fight, unless they fighting because they were married and the man cheating with somebody in church. But you rarely, if ever, and I mean this, guys, you will see a woman that's married get into a situation with a woman that her husband is cheating with. That's one thing. I'm talking about single women. You rarely, if ever, hear about the single women in the church fighting over a man. They ain't got no problem with sharing. No problem with sharing. Why? One of the reasons is they don't want the pastor or anybody in the church to find out that they getting smashed. They're supposed to be celibate. If I smashed 10 church sisters back in the day, 9 of them was supposed to already be celibate, saving that coochie for a husband. What nobody supposed to know I'm hitting the other one, the whole 10. It might be only one that ain't got no problem with it. The other 10 were always like, don't tell nobody. Andre, keep your mouth shut. The reason why it was easy for me to get to coochie, because I was the type of guy they knew I wasn't going to tell. They could go to church and be all the church girl they want in the name of Jesus, because they knew Andre didn't have a big mouth and he wouldn't tell, and the rumor wouldn't get out. Girl, you done gave up your celibacy to one of the brothers in the church. And they knew that if it got out, the other women would sit back and say, well, I should have gave it to him. If you go give it to him, why? I might as well give it to him too. So a lot of the women were hush, hush. Hush, hush. And they would give it to me because I knew how to shut up. See, I learned how to be a passport bro that know how to shut up. I learned that from church. I'm going to say that again. I learned why. That's why you don't see me put my business out there before I met Andrea. You know, hey, I got photos of chicks I smashed before I met Andrea. You notice I don't put my business out there? You notice I don't talk about the chicks that I smashed in Colombia prior to me. I tell y'all about stateside chicks, but I'll rarely tell y'all about Colombian chicks. You know why? Because I know how to shut the hell up. I ain't one of these little boys that put all their business out there on social media. I learned that from when I was smashing them churches them chicks in the church, to keep my mouth shut. As long as I shut up, I can have all the coochie I want, because I knew that they want to keep their image clean, even though the coochie was no longer clean. I'll say that again. There are women that gave me their celibacy, but would let the church think they still celibate. And they had no problems with it, because they knew that I was the type of dude to shut the hell up. And so fast forward to having a passport, I'm the type of dude still that know how to shut the hell up. Too many content creators running off at the mouth, putting all their business out there. The stories I tell y'all notice they're yesteryear stories. Once upon a time stories, I did this. It'll never be no stories that be like 3 years before I met Andrea. Shout out to my man in the building, new member. My man Neo Moses is representing. Shout out to you, brother. These sisters still want, because they're good women, they just have needs. They still want their image to still match the hard work that they put in church. Some of those women have been going to that particular church for 5-6 years before I even got there. Who am I to open up my mouth and run around the church? Yeah, I smashed Teresa. Yeah, I smashed Wanda. Yeah, I smashed Miss Smith. So and so and so. Who am I to run around the church like no. I knew I was the church hoe. See, y'all think the women in the church are hoes. No. Most of the time, a person is male or female is considered a hoe because there's an abundance of people that want to smash that person, and the person gives it out to everybody. And we call that female a hoe. Men whoremongers or whoremongering. You are the hoe in the church. It's abundance of them and you hoeing. Everybody can join in the reindeer games, Rudolph. Everybody can join in your reindeer games, Rudolph. So while y'all talk about church hoes, men are the church hoes. We the church hoes. Because we slinging it to everybody. A lot of times men sit back and say, man, the women in the church didn't. I'm talking about some good women, bruh. Ain't gave me no arguments, ain't cook, will clean, supportive, no issues, ain't raised their voice. I'm talking about all the stuff that Kevin Samuel said. A lot of these attractive church women were. They just had needs. And they knew I and other church brothers wouldn't judge them because of it. That's why I was able to do what I was able to do. But you dudes that judge the women and you dudes that got big mouths, you ain't gonna get the coochies. Why? Because you talk too much and you're judgmental as if you perfect. And I'm talking about some baddies. Some chicks where you be like, man, dude, I was smashing chicks in church, man. I didn't even know. I was thinking, how the hell, why go to a club ever again? Why go to a, man, I wish I would go to a club looking for chicks. Even when I was single, I already knew. Go on to church, Dre. Dre, go on to church, bro. Go on to church. I ain't never been to a church that ever let me down. Ever. By the time I make it to 3 services, I got about 3-4 that I'm hitting. They ain't never let me down. I had one pastor. Did I tell you about the pastor that kicked me out of church? True story. Pastor married. Church not big, maybe about a good 500 people, right? Pastor says, everybody knew the pastor wanted to smash this bad chocolate chick from Miami. I didn't know this. I'm new to the church, right? I find out this later. I mean, the sister was bad. She was like 5'10", and she used to be a stripper in Miami, and she gave her life to the Lord. She was in Indiana. She had a son, and she was a baddie. You could tell that she was making her money in Miami with that body and that complexion, that look. She was just naturally curly afro. She had one of the big Afro-Colombian afros, no weave, nowhere, right? The moment I had been going to that church and going to Bible study for like about 2 weeks. So I really liked the church too. She hits me. She walked over and introduced herself to me. We start talking after church, after Bible study. We exchange numbers, blah, 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 right? Bruh, that pastor found out that sister gave me her phone number. That pastor called me in his office. True story. The next service, Brother Spence, I need to speak to you. You can't come here anymore. He was calm. He wasn't argumentative or anything. You can't come here anymore. I say, you got a good church here, man. What's going on? Talk to me. No, I have my reasons, but you can't come here anymore. Mind you, I started smashing the Miami chick. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get that coochie. I started smashing the Miami chick. She tells me the story. The reason why the pastor don't want you to come no more, Dre, it was a lot of chicks in church that wanted you. And he was jealous. And he was really upset when he found out, because he's always been hitting on me. And I'm not giving him a time of day because he's a married man. She said, but when he found out that you and I had exchanged phone numbers, that's when he kicked you out of the church. True story. True story. His prized pupil. For real. Straight in the pew. Pastor was a hater. Straight hater. How you married, bruh? And you hating on me? And I liked the church. That was the crazy part. It wasn't like I was going to a church that I didn't like. I was like, man, finally got me a church. Because you know how hard it is to find a church home in a new city. So I'm like, man, cool. Found me a church home, man. Yes, true story. Invited me to his office on Sunday. You can't come here anymore. You're not allowed to come to this church anymore. Feeling like Jagged Edge and shit. Feel like I just walked right out of heaven. Feel like I just throw my life away. Hey, hey, hey. Like a child that's lost at 7. Don't know what to do. Feel like I walked out of heaven. I'm looking like, really, pastor? Is this what we doing? I'm thinking to myself, I don't know why, but when she told me, and dog, don't get me wrong, she was all Miami freaky. But when she told me, I was like, yeah, he missed out. We were in bed when she told me, and I was like, what? She was like, yeah. And I'm thinking to myself, for real, true story. I'm thinking to myself, after we got done, I was like, I don't even blame him for hating. This is what I'm thinking to my man. I'm thinking to myself, I'm looking at her body, I'm looking at how she looked, I'm looking at the freaky sex that she did. I'm thinking like, man, I ain't pastor. I understand why you kicked me out of the church. I see why you want to keep this to yourself, pastor. I understand completely, pastor. I get where you were coming from, man. For real. I'm like, kick your boy out of church. And I understood completely. After the festivities, she ended up moving back down to Miami and getting back with her kid's father. But yeah, shout out to Neil. Neil says this. He said the pastor most likely refused you in his following sermon. You know what? He probably did talk about your boy. Sermon was haterade. Absolutely correct. We don't let these charlatans into our church. Yeah, I was getting excommunicated from the church. I was cast out of the church, man. Some people get kicked out the church choir because you just can't sing. I got kicked out the whole church. He said he was absolutely, he said the topic of the sermon following Sunday. You guys called it. I didn't even think about that. He said, same thing happened to me at 17 years old. He said, I was the drummer, living right, and the pastor was a hater from the wisdom's hater of the wisdom I had. Yep, I can see that, bro. Yeah, a lot of people don't want to talk about how dirty these pastors are, man. How competitive these pastors are. I told you I had church stories I've been saving up for you guys. I got church stories, man. Let's continue on.
Then you will see how ill prepared you are. And some things you got to grow into. You can't prepare 100,000,000%. But my God,
I know,
if you
right?
want a godly relationship, you got to get yourself ready. You got to learn how to set boundaries for yourself. You need to learn a little more self-control. You think you got enough? Add some more on top of it. You need to learn how to listen well, how to speak well, how to communicate well. You need to learn how to communicate your emotions, how you're feeling physically. Like, get yourself ready as much as you can while you're single. Because it wasn't until I started talking to this dude seriously, I started to see, I'm not as prepared as I need to be. And obviously, like, you grow with that person. And that person isn't 100% prepared either. And you grow. But it's really good to have some type of foundation, especially in your mindset. If your mindset isn't already, like, firm, please leave these brothers and these sisters alone. Get yourselves ready, ladies, because your man is coming. Your wife is coming. And you just want to be ready for that. That's it. But you know, who am I to give advice?
I grew up in the church, and I will always see women pray to God for a good man. Send me this man that I deserve. But then I always would ask my mom, and she would pop me in the mouth. And I would ask my mom.
I'm on her side. I'm about to
think
do it right
about
now.
Honestly, and this is how my brain works. This is not a joke. This is real. I would ask my mom. I would say, well, what about him? Like, why would God mess his life up by giving him you?
So you first of all, what I never hear you say. For some reason, you don't make men take accountability for what they do.
I do, but what I'm saying is,
I don't get that. Why is it always the woman's fault?
Because when you think about it, what I was taught in church was you treat people how you want to be treated.
Thanks.
Some of these women, guys know what they qualify for. They know they don't qualify for the top woman. Women will take the best option knowing that she gonna mess his life up, knowing that she gonna slow him down. When them women was in church praying, and I would look at her, and I would look at that booger wolf.
That is not how you can't put booger wolves in church.
But everybody think they deserve Idris Elba.
But he's not talking about the men who decided to date that though.
Everybody deserve Idris Elba. No matter what you look like.
Let me give you something.
These men still made the decision to deal with these women.
Let me tell you,
all these women who got kids, who got remarried, or got with other men, and these men chose to be with these women though.
So let me.
They made a decision to be with these men, these women too. So I'm not understanding.
All I know, I got you too, Kay. But all I know is when I heard that prayer, I would just say, rebuke that.
I'm well. How are you? Honey, nice to meet you.
Let me take you out.
I could be crazy. You sure?
That's fine with me.
What are you doing tomorrow?
Nothing.
Call me to church.
Okay.
Cool. I'll just send you the address and the time.
All right.
All right.
Cool. Stick to.
Hey, you came.
It's a mess.
So are you a God-fearing man?
Yeah, I'm scared as hell of God.
Okay. Let's go inside. Did you enjoy service?
Yeah.
What was your favorite part?
Oh.
Well, I guess we can go out now.
Oh, cool. Okay.
But there is one thing I want to be honest with you about.
Well, you ain't a man or nothing, are you?
No. Okay. I'm celibate.
You know they don't have for nothing. That's crazy.
What happened?
It's her.
What happened?
She lost her man, Ruby.
You talking about her lean daughter?
Yeah, she lost her man this weekend, and I just came out and say a prayer for her.
What happened?
Say over the weekend, she got a phone out in there telling us she did a thing. I'm telling some gas, I did a thing. Say her and her best friends, three of her best friends, go to a bowling alley and ask the guy that had signs and once they will you marry me. And she dropped to her knee and asked that boy to marry her at the bowling alley.
You telling me her let a grown woman got on her knees and asked a grown man to be her husband?
Yeah. She asked him, man, I've been saying, well, what kind of friends you got? You need to get you some good friends. They say, listen, girl, I can't support you in this foolish thing going down and hold no sign to ask no man to marry you. Just snap my legs off of under me. What? Come in and ask the man to marry me.
Wait a minute, Charlene.
I hope he just snapped my legs right up off of under me.
But what am I have to say?
You know, that's her girl, because you know she wiped up Milton. She wiped up Milton, made him a house husband, and he raised their children.
They've been together for what, 40
years? You know, he started that banking company.
God is good, but I need a man. Okay, single women, talk back to me, because every woman here ain't trying to dig no holes. They're not trying to pay their own bills and take care of their life and be alone all themselves and get dressed up. They don't want to get dressed and put on Victoria's Secret and date Jesus. No, there are some folk that love God, that are single, and they say, Lord, will you please send me a man of God that loves you, that will do right and not smack my head on the wall? Oh, now the single women, y'all don't want to talk back to me? There is something wrong when no one wants to acknowledge that there is a gap in the church. You can't keep dancing over the issue. You can't have half the church full of single people and 25% already single with kids and nobody talk about the issue in the church. The problem is, where are the men?
So they want to put the blame on us. You notice that? You notice how they want to. The problem is not the ladies. The problem is not that they're looking for stepfathers, meaning that they had kids by Pookie, Ray Ray, and Nook Nook, then decided to go to church. The problem is not the church is not preparing them to be wives and focusing on the family. Oh, the problem is us men ain't showing up. Shout out to T-Mac with the $9.99 love. He said, my brother messed with the ugliest girl in, see, I couldn't do that. The ugliest girl in church. He said, and our stepfather was a head pastor. Another T-Mac special story, extravaganza. He said, my dad found out when they named my brother the father at the baptism. Woo! Pop said, son, why that one? Hey, man, I don't get it, man. It's too many attractive sisters in church for y'all to be with an ugly chick. I ain't gonna even lie to you. That's one place you ain't got to sit back and be with no ugly chick. Church. Ain't no way you supposed to be pulling up and having no ugly chick in your face in church. Hecky no. You supposed to always be having the finies in your face in church. Yeah, they want to blame us, gentlemen. They want to blame us because the women don't have any marriages going on. Let's continue on.
Oh, see, ain't nobody want to talk about. Where are the men?
See, the problem is not where are the men. The problem that they're having is where are the men that they want. They want the church to be full of 6-packs, 6 figures, 6 feet, and over 6 inches. Just an abundance of us in the church. Okay, here we go. Remember that part we just saw with the dude that met the girl at the taco stand, and then they exchanged numbers and they went to church? She said, I'm celibate. He said, I did all this for nothing, and he drove off. You know she only celibate for him, right? You know she only celibate for him. But as soon as you walk in the church, she's spreading them legs like the part in the Red Sea. There are women that will tell men that they don't want that in the church, I'm celibate. Let the one that they do want come through. Let the one that they do want come through them doors. He gonna back that thing up in that church parking lot. A lot of you guys didn't catch that. When she said she's celibate, I knew back my church experiences that they just celibate for them. But when you are him, when you him, bruh, all that's going out the window. All that. All of it. Bruh, take it from your brother. Take it from Brother Spence. All that's going out the window. All that, my body is my temple of the Lord. I'm using it for my husband gonna be the next one. Man, please. Especially if you a dude that know how to shut up if you get it. Some dudes don't get it because the women know if I let him have his coochie and I ain't had no sex in 6 years, he gonna run his mouth and tell everybody in this church what I just did. Nah, bruh. I like you, but I'm still celibate. That's all right. No, that's all right. I know if I let him get it and I ain't had no sex in 3 years and I'm going to be a wild child and I'm going to throw it on him like I used to in the strip clubs, he going to go crazy and be in my face every service. So now everybody going to know, is that your man? No, girl. Why he always in your face? Like the work husband that gets strung out and always in her face. And not everybody know that y'all husband and wife is the work husband. But the dude that knows how to come in, smash, and look at her on Sunday morning like you ain't never met her, and give her that church hug with the shoulder. Oh, bro, you gonna be getting it forever and a day. She gonna give you all the freakiness because she knows that she can keep her image of celibacy up. But you dudes that she could just tell that if she give it to you, you gonna run up out the mouth, or you gonna be in her face every Sunday trying to hold hands instead of being on the other side of the church. You all sitting next to her in her pew when y'all met. You was on the other side of the church. She expected you to sit on the other side of the church as if you never met her. Here you go, all in her face. She already can sense that energy. So she like, nah, I'm celibate. I can't trust you to shut the hell up if I give it to you. Hey, he say, hey, can say anything. He said, once my body is close to her body, it goes out the window. Absolutely correct. They can say any old thing. They talk about where are the men. They're only asking, where are all the men that they want? Kobe said, I was a good church dude. And that served with a girl. He said, I was dating and I was celibate. He said, found out that she was getting smashed to smithereens with the force of 1,000 Thors by my homeboy's friend. Brutal, diabolical. Shaking my damn head. And actually met the guy. He says this. Nazarene says this. He said, oh, he's talking to Dana. My bad. Yeah, let's continue on, gentlemen.
Mose, I'm sick of you already. Church, I'm preaching. For those of you that don't know, I'm preaching in Isaiah because that's where our church is. We've gone through the Bible all year long. We're going one book at a time. We're in the book of Isaiah, so I can only preach to you in Isaiah because that's where we are. And in the book of Isaiah, there are 7 women trying to date one church musician. Can I talk?
What's the verse that we always quote from the book of Isaiah that he's talking about right now? Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1. That's what he's talking about. Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1. We talk about that here on this channel all the time when it comes to just regular women, because the Bible says, while all these women try to be independent, I don't need no man. I don't want no man. I love being single. Well, you say that, but the Bible says in the final days, 7 women will go to one man and say this: we, not I, not me versus her, not you need to pick one, not if you ain't with me, you need to cheat on her on me with her, or her with me. 7 women will come to one man as a group and say, and this will be the norm. This will be the norm. This will be the norm. 7 women will go to, when God talk, he don't be talking like with a one-off. He telling like this gonna be the norm. The day is gonna come when 7 women will go to one man and say, we will pay for the food. We will pay for our clothing and our housing. Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1. All you gotta do is let us have your last name and take away our shame And the shame in the Bible was a woman that didn't have kids. So take away our shame of not having kids. Give us, you treat all of us like we your wives. All of us. All not just me. I need my 6 friends to be in on it too. I need you to do all the freaky stuff that you would do with me with the other 6 of them. Why you doing that? We gonna pay for the food. We're gonna pay for the house. We're gonna pay for the clothes. We'll take all our proceeds and do whatever. Just please give us your last name and give us some babies. That's what he's talking about when he's talking about Isaiah. Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1. Yep, the sugar mamas are coming. The sugar mamas are coming.
Talk to you. There's something wrong in our church. Because the altos ain't talking to the sopranos because they all messing with the same musician. And they don't understand the altos and sopranos are mad at each other, but he's in love with the tenor.
Girl, they just started with me early today.
What happened?
When you went to the restroom, went over there and told Ann that I was over here flirting with her man. Bertram.
I know she lying. Makes sense.
So I took out a piece of paper because it seemed like he was
Uh-huh.
So I took out a piece of paper and I had to draw my
Uh-huh.
so he can find the put back over there on my face.
That's what here.
Really so quick. Loyalty in my life.
Say it again. Don't worry.
So you employment,
Uh-huh.
but be unemployed. I don't need that.
Yeah.
I don't need that. If anybody
All of them.
I done got
The real mean girls are in the church.
I would like to talk about the pandemic that is mean Christian girls, to the point where if I see a scripture or a Bible verse in someone's bio, I get PTSD. And it's not the fault of the person who has that in their bio, but at this point, it's kind of just like a signal of like, oh, are you mean? Because a lot of mean Christian girls have Bible verses in their bio. Like, it doesn't really mean that they have the word written in their heart. They just have it written in their bio.
There are so many amazing God-fearing women that have been called to lead in ministry. Shout out to y'all. I am super proud of you all. But the problem that I'm seeing within the body of Christ, and do not beat me up when I say this, some of you all have stank attitudes. What is that? There are a lot of mean girls in ministry.
And y'all talk about the men in the church a lot, but y'all need to start talking about these women in the church. These women in the church, especially these older women, they are bitter. They are jealous. They are mean girls at heart. A lot of them. Now, don't get me wrong. I know a lot of sweet women in the church. My mother-in-law being one of them. But there are a lot of mean girl, old-ass, bitter women in these churches. If you're a nice-looking middle-aged woman, or a nice-looking young woman, and they in there with their husbands, you could be fully clothed, you could be presentable, you can speak to them before you speak to the husbands, just to ensure to them that you're not going after their husbands. Them women, they be a piece of work. So when y'all be talking about these pastors be on the DL, y'all need to talk about these mean ass, bitter ass, unfriendly, unwarm, uninviting ass women that be in them damn pulpits.
The church, motherfucker. That damn church, baby, in our communities will do some shit to us and rip apart motherfucking families, just like it's going out of goddamn style, and they'll put Jesus in front of it. And I watch it.
Many times religious people will condemn and punish naturally or exceptionally beautiful women. I was just watching this video on YouTube of a woman who was leading worship. And there's a woman who is doing a voiceover of her. And she's saying this woman needs to repent. She is lascivious or whatever the word is. And she was just saying that this woman is too sexy. She was literally saying she's too sexy. And I'm looking at the video and I'm thinking to myself, this woman is wearing like a checkered jumpsuit, like completely covered from head to toe. I personally don't find this outfit inappropriate. And I personally do not see or regard this woman as sexy or as provocative or as promiscuous. She's literally worshiping the Lord. But that woman perceives her as sexy and places intent on her and condemns her for simply just being who she is. And let's be honest, the woman in the video was well endowed. She had a bigger chest, a bigger backside, and women who have more of these luscious features are often demonized for simply having the bodies that God gave them. Like, let's be honest. If you wear a low-cut top, but there's a woman who's flat-chested, and another low-cut top, and there's a woman who's like a G, most people are more likely to condemn the one with a G and never even address the double A, never even address her. They wouldn't even blink twice. And that's where it becomes unfair, because we're not ascribing the same standard, and it's based on our own perception. And it's also based on their own body type. As women, we have such naturally diverse body types. Our bodies have been so objectified and they're so diverse that the women who are more curvy or more well endowed, that get a little bit more attention, they have to be held to a higher standard without them being perceived as promiscuous, which I believe personally is unfair. If the standard is covered up to here for the G cup, then the standard needs to be covered up to here with the double A. At the end of the day, another woman's beauty is not their choice, but our lust for them or us sexualizing them is our own choice. And so we have a responsibility there.
So this Sunday, coming up, we will have Sister Rodriguez as our guest choir director. She's coming from the Thick Ministry over there at BBL Baptist Church. It's going to be a beautiful occasion. We're asking that all choir members please be at rehearsal this Wednesday as we prepare for this Sunday. I think I'll be coming from the book of BBD, where it says, never trust a big butt and a smile. But if you're going to sit there with that thing on your waist, Father God, we come here today, forgive me. Y'all be at rehearsal and come to church this Sunday. Amen.
Attractive Black Christian women unmarried. That's the question that bothers me the most. It's with not negative. It's a lot. I go into church and see so many straight up fine sisters.
Child, I almost got tricked. Let's rest in peace to Mr. Kevin Sam, who, by the way, died single and alone.
I said what I said.
Anyway, it's questioned a lot, but some of us have chosen to be single. And to be quite honest, the pickings are slim. You want to know why? It's my why. Hell, why? The men that we have to choose from is either gay, bisexual.
Yeah, well, she did look like she's from Colombia, didn't she? When women sit back and say, we choosing to be single, and you're not attractive enough to where everybody could tell that you was going to be single anyway, that's about as equal to a dude that everybody in your family knew was gay, and then he want to come out at the age of 35 talking about, I'm gay. Dude, we knew you were gay when you were 7, dog. You ain't got to pretend like it ain't is what it is. And for these women that want to holler, we're being single by choice. Girl, ain't nobody. Come on now. We just finished looking at all them curvy all them curvy church women. You think somebody gonna pick this? Girl, you ain't got a snowball's chance except for Pookie and Ray Ray. There is nowhere in the world we won't sit up. She talking about we gonna, I choose to be single. Yeah, baby. However you want to put it. Whatever makes you sleep good at night, keep on doing it.
On the down low, a married or baby, you just single and for the street. And we gave y'all a chance. We probably thought we could heal them, help them, and be their peace and pay their bill while being mentally drained and child traumatized. Oh Lord, can I get a witness? Amen. While being controlled, manipulation, these people try to hit me. Oh, okay, here. And instead of choosing violence, we chose God and our peace. So, ladies and gentlemen, if God ain't sending it, you need to throw that bad egg back. Because some of these women out here is the same way. Bitch, you took all your life savings and threw you out nursing home, especially these older men. Y'all trying to be for the street. These women out here, they trying bitches, just waiting to put a spell on you. So some of these men is trying to stay.
She said, took all your money and threw you in the nursing home. Before we go any further, I just want you to know a stat that you can look it up real fast before we go back. 70% of all nursing home residents are women. Now, that could be because men don't live as long, or men just say, I ain't going to no nursing home. Or men are like, I'm the provider, so I don't need the government to take my house away and put me in a nursing home. Either way, 70% of all nursing home residents, and I used to work in a nursing home. That was one of my first jobs when I got out of prison. It's true. 70% of all nursing homes are women. Why did I bring that up? Because she just mentioned it, and I just want you guys to know, when people say certain things and you hear it over and over again and you don't research it, you actually take it for face value. Yeah, they took everything from my granddad and he threw him in the nursing home. That's not the norm. The norm is women going to nursing homes, not men. Men, when it's time, we go into hospice. I'll say this again. When it's time, when you're at that stage of death, men go into hospice. Women go into nursing homes. Men already know it's time to go. End my life. I'm good. Give me some pain relievers. Women end up in nursing homes. After all of those degrees that they got, after all those times they had an opportunity to build a family, they end up not only lonely in church, but lonely in nursing homes. Shout out to the International Quiet Storm. Another great time in Miami. Yes, it was fun, bro. We had a good time. Hey, man. Hey, who took that picture of me, man? You took that picture? Well, them sisters were mad in the Kevin Samuels group for that photo of me looking upset on the yacht. He said it was great meeting you, and a lot of familiar faces in the chat. Yes, sir. Let's continue on, gentlemen. We're almost done.
You better step back to your wife and keep my wife name. That's my mama used to say. It's cheaper to keep out of bump your head.
So like and subscribe. See you next time on Church Talk.
And it's just like, when is it going to be my turn? I know that I can love somebody. I know that I can accept love. But one thing I do know from Miss Taylor Lindsay is I'm not accepting bare minimum. Because if those are the three things to be seen, chosen, and loved, I need the guy who is him, for real, who I'm going to open my heart up to, who I'm going to like, who I'm going to spend time with, to do those things. And the truth of the matter is that on one hand, I know spiritually, like, that person for me has to go through Christ to get to me. They have to do the work spiritually and also do the work in the natural, like really plan dates, really court me, really pursue me. And it's not about chasing. This is about effort. This is about really proving that I don't just want you for your body. Because I am the girl. I've been the girl. Where men are attracted, they're intrigued, they are curious about Miss Girl, but somehow it's just not enough. Or I don't want to say I'm not enough, but these are the thoughts that sometimes go through our heads as women. Something's not adding up to where they want me. They want to touch, but they don't want to date me. I don't get it.
So you have a degree, you have a good job, and you love God, but you're still single. Let me break down the truth that nobody want to tell you. A lot of women says there are no good men left. They're waiting on their Boaz, but it's a little deeper than that. There are unrealistic expectations, and then there's reality. After watching quite a few episodes of Pop the Balloon, I realized that a lot of women have unrealistic expectations, as if nothing is wrong with them. It was a lot of beggars trying to be choosers. I don't know if it's because we grew up with, dreaming of our dream wedding and our dream man, that we want him to come a certain way and be a certain height and have this certain money and all these things. And so when a typical man approaches you, you be like, I don't want that. Meanwhile, he's on your level. A lot of women don't want the male version of themselves. He's on your level. A lot of women don't want the male version of themselves. When you see the male version of yourself, you realize that you probably ain't crap either. When you find the male version of yourself and you don't like it, that's probably because you got some work to do as well. A lot of women are here and expecting a man to be here. And it's the same for men, because they be here and wanting a woman up here. If you have been doing the work on yourself and making sure that you are presentable, that your mind is renewed, that everything about you is what you're expecting of someone else, then it's no problem. But when you are not what you are requiring of someone else, it's time to look in the mirror. It's time to take some notes. It's time to make a change.
Ain't that the truth? A lot of these women, before they went to church, they was delusional. Before they joined the church, they was delusional. And now that they are, quote, in the church and they think that they are all saved and sanctified, I think they become more delusional because they think they are better than everybody else. I see a lot of women join the church and they totally up their standards. Then they think they are, the precious Lamb of God at that point. No man is good enough for them. That man got to be so perfect that he literally do not exist. Now, this is something I have seen personally for myself. For someone who has grew up in the church and even have joined different churches in different states, the church is encouraging these single women to stay single. In the church specifically, I'm meaning the pastor, the minister. He is encouraging these women to not date, don't have sex before marriage, fall into lust and fornication, which is true. There's nothing wrong with those things if that's how you're choosing to live your life. But it's just the fact that it's not realistic if you want to date and find a husband in 2025. There's a very low percentage of men who would go for that, dealing with a woman for years and you two don't even have sex. These cricket churches, I must say, they do need people to pay monthly fees to keep the lights on, to keep the building going, to pay their salary. We all know how the church works. A lot of these churches are just filled with single women.
Shout to Fake
ass motherfucking pastors. A lot of you bitches right now are single because of your fucking pastor. You said nigga, you kept running your mouth to your nigga and shit, keep telling him what pastor said. Bitch, fuck your motherfucking pastor. You bitch, you're not even smart enough to understand what a nigga trying to fuck too.
This was laid at the feet of the black church, that the black church has taken advantage of black women or has not discipled them properly. Therefore, they're not marrying at X rate of people. And so
I would say I think the church overdevelops women and underdevelops men. So we have a mismatch a lot of times with men and women in the church, but I don't think that's why black women ain't getting married.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think, I don't think that's why.
Okay. Why do you think this is happening?
I feel like you're trying to get me in trouble right now.
I'm just like, this is a genuinely, I'm genuinely fascinated.
Do you know why there's been a mass exodus of black men in the black church? Because we're in on the hustle. We already know what the hustle is. We've seen this play. You're not going to run that on us. Not to mention, ain't no man worth his salt going to sit up here and allow you to elevate some pastor to God status over them.
Absolutely correct. And we're going to end it right there. Shout out to my man Fawdy in the building. And Fawdy says this. He said, the issue is that women equate accomplishments with stability. Stability. Or suitability. My bad. Suitability. He said, I want a woman that rocks with me intellectually, but most importantly, she needs to be my peace. Peace first, degrees are a bonus. And they don't, it's funny that you would say that. Exactly what, and shout out to you with the $10 love, brother. It's funny how you would say that. And that's exactly what the churches should be teaching the women. Ladies, the first thing that your man is going to be looking for, the man that you're looking for, is he's going to be looking for peace. He's not looking for you to be his peace. He's looking for you not to disturb his peace. Ladies, for you that's going to be watching this live stream later, first thing men are looking for is respect. First thing. If you can't respect that man with your mouth, if you can't respect that man with your mind, if you have been programmed to respect men with your body, with your proceeds, the way that you respect pastor with your money, with your mind, and some of y'all with y'all body, don't expect that man to be with you. He gonna smash you, he gonna leave. Why? You ain't got no respect for him, and you ain't got no respect for yourself. First dance we gonna walk into is respect. Number 2 is the peace. He's not look. Men are not like women. We don't look for you to be our happiness. Women always talk about, I need my man. He doesn't make me happy anymore. Men don't leave because men understand sometimes you're happy, sometimes you ain't. I'm talking to the ladies that's gonna be watching this live stream afterwards. Men look for, we don't even look for you to be our peace. We look for you not to disrupt, interrupt, try to redirect, or redefine what gives us peace. This part of when the Bible says a woman should be silent, and then another part, a woman should be cooperative, or a woman should be submissive. What it is that God is saying, stop trying to make your man into something that he ain't. Be his peace in the sense of don't interrupt. Keep your mouth closed. He ain't asked you, don't give your opinion. If he needed your opinion, he would ask. Stop interrupting his peace. Number 3 on the list for men is love. The best definition of the word love I've heard is seeking the good and the best for the next person. You should be seeking the good and the best for your man. If you don't know how to seek good and you don't know how to seek best, and the word good in its original definition means to be beneficial. If you can't benefit that man, you can't love that man. Don't tell me you love that man, but you don't benefit him. Same thing you expect from him as far as being a benefit into your life, you're supposed to be a benefit to his life too. You leaving him, do you think leaving him is a benefit? Well, for many of you, yeah, it is. But men do not, ladies, here we go. Y'all ready? Men will ever, no matter what country, no matter what era you living in, will ever look for love from you first. Ever. Don't ever think that love comes first in the mind of a man. If you don't respect him or don't interrupt his peace. We'll give a fuck about you loving us if you don't respect me. And you always interrupted my peace, but you still yelling that you love me. You don't love me if you don't respect me first, and you don't know how to not interrupt my peace. If you can do those 2 things, I might believe that you love me. And this is what the black church is not telling y'all. And once y'all master that, you might get a chance to get your man to keep him. You might get a chance. Shout out to all you brothers that are here. Appreciate all you gentlemen that are here. My brother Nazareth said this. He said, answer not before thou hast heard the cause, neither interrupt men in the midst of their talk. That's all we saying. He said, a man needs is respect, not love. Absolutely correct. We get love from above. We good with that. We do not need you to be an interrupter of our peace, and we do not need you to be disrespectful. Don't dress disrespectfully. Don't dress in a way that makes him look bad, because you wouldn't want him to dress in a... You dressing in a neon skin tight dress, yelling about I'll wear what I want to wear, is equivalent to him coming to your Christmas party at your job in a wife beater. Well, he could wear what he want to wear, right? You could wear the neon, When he asked you, don't go to church with that tight neon dress on, and you said F him, but then you invited him to a Christmas party, and he said he wanted to wear a wife beater and a pair of jeans and some Timberlands. How come he doesn't have the right to wear what he wants to wear? Oh, because it doesn't show respect in the workforce or among your coworkers. Then how you think that man feels when he asks you, don't dress disrespectfully to this relationship? Yep. Paul has to tell them that, because if he doesn't tell them, they won't do it. And that's way back when Paul wrote that scriptures. Shout out to you, brothers. Dave said this. He said, the fact that after all these years, the sisters still don't understand. If they don't know by now, it's too late. And that's why guys are getting their passports and going to communities in other countries that traditional womanhood is already entrenched in that country. It's not rocket science. For all you guys that are back in the States trying to save women, yeah, I salute you. Do your thing, brother. I'm serious. Do your thing. I ain't mad at you. Couldn't be me. Could not. All you do is try to save the community, prayer, fasting. You sit up there, you trying to be a perfect example of a good man. That good man who you're becoming will not be appreciated in the United States. Many of us can attest that we got more women when we were bad boys than when we were the good dudes that we are now. When we were out there just smashing to be smashing, women were coming out the woodworks. But as soon as we grew up and act like we had some sense in our head, the women said that we ain't good enough. Even though they were the same ones we ran through when we were teenagers and in our 20s and 30s. But now that I put on a suit, I'm not good enough. But when I was wearing Timberlands, I could run through you and your mama. So a lot of dudes realize, let me take this great dude that I've become and go on tour with it. Let me get a passport and take this good man that I've become, and I'm not about to sit up here and convince these women in my community to accept me when I know I can get a passport and I can take the man who I become on tour in another country and find me some good women that appreciate the man that I've become and I am becoming. Kid you not. Let me scroll back up just a little bit, make sure I get everybody. He said tomorrow is boxing match. Are we doing movie night? If you guys are watching the boxing match, you guys can go ahead and watch the boxing match for tomorrow. We'll start movie nights. That gives me a chance to do some editing of the conclave video I want to show on Sunday, and that gives me a chance to revamp our movie collection, because we only got a couple movies left that we hadn't seen. So we're gonna revamp our movie collection. Shout out to my boy in the building. Passport Ready, sponsored tonight. He said, no man can tell them nothing. And that's the part. We as men have grown to no longer waste our time trying to convince. We are no longer wasting our time trying to convince. Shout out to Blade Runner on Cash App with the $5 love. Appreciate you, brother. We're no longer wasting our time trying to convince. I kid you not. I understand that there are going to always be brothers that will try to save the community. Do it. There will always be Kevin Samuels. I remember I was in a Kevin Samuels group last week, and let's pull this up before I let you gentlemen go. This was last week, and let's go here. Let's go to my Facebook page. This was last week, and I posted a photo that I kind of like added to International Quiet Storm. And here we go. I posted this photo. Let's go here. Remove that. And go here. Not that. Screen share. Okay. This is what I want to share with you guys. Okay. Andrea made this photo, right? I don't know who took the photo, International Quiet Storm. I don't know which one of you brothers took the photo of me at that time period. We were just getting on the yacht. And you could tell on my face, like, man, this is some old BS, right? You can see it written on my face. So let me clean this up real quick. Move me out of the way. So you can see that I was not happy. Andrea took it and because she's, when I got back, we went to go see a soccer game. We were at the sports bar enjoying Venezuela versus Colombia. Colombia won. And so Andre in the States, Andre in Colombia, right? Which it should be like that, right? Those sisters, when I posted this in a Facebook group on in Kevin Samuels, because I'm in a couple of Kevin Samuels groups, them sisters went off. You telling me that you couldn't, and even in other groups that me and T-Mac are in, the men went off. So one group, the men started going off. Another group, women, Kevin Samuels group, the women were going off on your boy. Right? For this photo. The crazy part is the women were saying that, well, we see you do videos degrading women. And I said, no, I haven't. I said, the only time I do videos is I actually do reactions and I actually let you do all the talking. I say, you ladies are destroying each other on social media. Well, how can you come in a Kevin Samuels group and destroy women? I said, that's the same thing y'all said about Kevin, and this is his group. This is his group. I said, I'm going to tell you something that's the difference between me and Kevin. This is a big difference, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I'd have told Kevin the same thing that Marcus Garvey, Booker T. Washington did, Stokely Carmichael did, and various others, famous Black civil rights leaders and abolitionists did. I'd have told Kevin Samuels, if I had an opportunity to get the hell out the United States, Kevin Samuels will be alive today if he had used his passport. I believe that without a doubt. I believe that he could have still had the success of his broadcast and it didn't have to be geographically placed in the States. Am I not proof that you could get over 100,000 subscribers of Americans and not be in America? Is Austin Holloman not proof that you can have a large following of Americans and not be in America? Is Richie Mack not proof that you can have a large following of Americans and not be in America? We are nowhere near the size of Kevin Samuels' following. I know if we could do it, Kevin Samuels would have still killed the game. It didn't have to be in America to do it. He wouldn't have been on them Red Bulls stressed out. He's still been able to build his content, but he still be around. I told them women in that group, if I was Kevin Samuels, I'd have told y'all, I'm done. I'm out of here. Deuces. Y'all gonna see me broadcasting from DR. Y'all gonna see me broadcasting from Dubai. You gonna see me broadcasting from South Africa. You gonna see me broadcasting from the Philippines. You'll see me broadcasting from Brazil or Colombia, but you will not see me. If I was Kevin Samuels, I wish I would have still been in the States. I'd have told that the big difference between Kevin Samuels and I've been gave up on trying to rescue y'all from that are in the black community from each other. I've given up on pushing sisters away and pushing brothers. Hey, y'all stop that fighting now. Like kids, stop that fighting now. Y'all stop that. I gave up. Y'all clash. Go ahead and clash. I'm about to fly out. I am not here to rescue no community in the United States. I don't care about the Democratic community. I'm not rescuing y'all. You megas, your cult leaders, with your cult leader. I ain't trying to rescue you megas. You'll never hear me complain about you mega dudes. Now, I'm not talking about regular Republicans, because some brothers have been Republicans forever and a day. I ain't talking to you, but you know about them crazy megas or MAGAs. I ain't here to try to convince none of them, to laugh at them, talk. I ain't none of that. I ain't here to say the white community. I'm not here to say the black community. I'm here to tell y'all got another option out here, and you can still be all 1,000% American, red, white, and blue, true to your country, and you ain't even got to be in your country to do it. That's what I'm here to tell you. And I would have told Kevin that exact same thing. Kevin, you can still make those proceeds, still answer those phone calls every single night, still do Instagram, still do TikTok, still do Facebook every night, YouTubing is Wednesday and Friday nights. You can still did that, and you ain't have to be in the United States stressed the hell out to do it. That's what I'd have told Kevin. And I'm told them sisters, I said, man, y'all, the last thing y'all had going for y'all was Kevin Samuels. Because after Kevin died, dudes got their passports and said, I'm done with this. I'm out. Ain't no dudes gonna be sitting around for all of them. Let's put it like this. You'll never destroy me like they did Kevin. Kevin was the only one that cared about them sisters and bringing the community together. Brothers were ready to give up. Kevin was the only one that sat back and said, sisters, if you do that, sisters, if you do this. And they danced on his grave for trying to rescue them. You think I'm going to go back to the States or I'm going to start doing videos? If y'all ever wonder if Andre will ever start doing a channel to rescue sisters, you ain't never got to worry about that one. Ever. Ever. You know why? Not because I wouldn't want to, but because they wouldn't listen anyway. They wouldn't listen anyway. Even the passport sisters. I don't even do videos with passport sisters, do I? Because when we do the videos with the passport, notice, if you ever notice, there are plenty of sisters with passports. You ever notice that I haven't had them on the show? You know why? Because they flaky and they fake. If you knew how many sisters in other countries I have asked to come on this show, I can get couples to come on this show all day. Couples can come over here all day long to get a sister that travels. They don't come on our channels, but then they complain in the background in the comment sections. Shout out to man Cali Dev in the building. He said, you post this and Kevin Samuel memoir. Yep, I did. I kid you not. And them sisters was hotter than fish grease. Hotter than fish grease. Shout out to IMF. He said the law of attraction, no need to convince. Absolutely correct. If you want to be a martyr, you attack martyrdom. Absolutely correct. You attract martyrdom. If you want to enjoy life, you become a passport bros, spend no time or energy trying to convince simps and 304s. That's so true, bruh. That's why. That's one of the reasons why I got so much peace. I do not waste my time with trying to convince sisters or brothers in the States of what we do. I'm gonna say that again. That's very important. You will never on this channel see me trying to convince Americans about what we do outside of America. We don't give a damn what y'all think. Y'all can go all these YouTubers and comments. Y'all can go and raise and fuss and run over to my man Aaron's channel, Black Man's Travel. Y'all can fuss over there. Over here, I don't give a damn what you got to talk about. That's why you don't see me on the. Why you ever wonder why I don't do a lot of panels on this channel and let men just vent out there? I don't give a damn what men got to say. My job is to be of service and share the information to men and women. I am not here to debate it. Thailand is a great country. I'm not here to debate it. Colombia is a good option as well. I'm not here going to put up a panel to debate whether Colombia is a. My job is to relay the information and you do your own homework on whether it works for you. Panama is a good opportunity, a good country to live in. I'm not about to sit up here and debate some dude that said my cousin was in Panama and his relationship ended because she took up. I don't care about what happened to your cousin. My job is to let men know you have options. That's it. That's it. So for me to go on panels or to create panels where we're going to argue back and forth, y'all got the wrong dude. There's enough panels out there. Y'all watch them dudes argue. As for me, I learned that a long time ago. Long time ago. Not every man going to get what you're saying today. They'll get it later on. They'll get it in 3 years. They'll understand it in 5 years. But I don't expect men to learn or understand what I'm saying the first day. I'll never put that on a man. Every time I do a broadcast, you guys are supposed to be in 100% agreement with me. There are times when I'm wrong. And you guys correct me on things. And I never fuss at y'all like, man, you ain't never supposed to correct me. I don't do that. I'll be like, hey, thank you for letting me know that. My job is not to be sitting up here trying to rescue communities. Fuck that. Them days are done, man. I'll be 60 years. I'll be 60 in 2 years, bro. You think I'm supposed to be wasting my time giving a damn about the black community at 60? Anytime Dr. Cornel West got him a white woman. I think she white or Spanish. The Dr. Cornel West, the advocate of blackism, is with somebody else. If Cornel Weston gave it, what y'all think I'm supposed to do? Still carry the banner? I wish I would be walking around in Colombia with black, red, and green. I'm not walking around Colombia with red, white, and blue on. I'm not about to put on some black, red, and green. For what? Seriously, for what? Y'all do that in the States. Don't be expecting us brothers that move to another country to still be fighting the good fight of faith and we living in other countries. Oh, you think she's Middle Eastern? She might be Middle Eastern. I know it ain't a sister. Far from a sister. Shout out to Dr. Cornel West for being happy. Shout out to Michael Jordan. Get him a Latina and being happy. They've been together forever. Shout out to Kobe, R.I.P. Get him a Latina and being happy to the death of him doing part. She knew that man had his side chicks. The only problem she had is when the world found out about the side chicks. I'm gonna say that again. There are a lot of times when with Latin women, they don't care about your side chicks. They just like, hey, can you keep your business to yourself and don't let the world know? I know, but that don't mean that everybody else got to know you got a side chick. I ain't gonna fuss you out. I ain't gonna cuss you out. But as soon as my cousin find out, oh, that mean the world know. We about to fight. That's how Latin women are. Shout out to you guys. He said, I won't have enough time to rescue yet a sinking ship. That's a good way of putting it, too. He said, live your life, fellas. Leave the black community to Umar and them. Black community, leave the black black community to Umar and them. Absolutely correct. Andre, I'm about to report to the FBA, Dr. Umar, and Tariq. I know, right? I'll be looking at Tariq. Y'all want to know something, man? I love Tariq's writings, the homework that he does. I respect him in regards to that, right? But I still look at Tariq with a hint of that Umar, like, black people are a victim, so pay me type of thing. You see what I'm saying? Him and Umar in regards to the proceeds remind me of each other. Like they're using the black plight for proceeds. Now, mind you, I'm the last one to talk about proceeds, right? But I think that I offer you guys something to where you guys feel like, you know what, let's support Andrea and Andrea. They offer and help out. Because so many guys came to me during a conclave and was like, bruh, if it were not for you, man, I would not A, be at the conclave, and B, I wouldn't have my passport, and C, I wouldn't even think about finding a relationship in another country. It will amaze you how many dudes sit back quietly in the cut that don't come on the chat. They'll watch it later, and they'll sit back and say, dude, or they'll be like, Dre, man, brother, you changed my life for real. And I know what it's like to have your life change, but I don't look at it like that's why you guys should give me proceeds. In other words, we appreciate what you guys do for us, but even if it was free, you notice that if we get super chats or if we don't, if we get cash outs or we don't, Andre and I still come with the same passion and the same information that'll help you out no matter what. No matter what. But Tariq and them seem like it's almost like I know they care, but would they do this if it was free? See, I would do this if it was free. And we did it for years for free. So you kind of ask yourself, but I like Tariq's writing. I won't even lie about that. Umar, yeah, he's done. Yep, shout out to Dave with the Filipina. Happily married forever and a day. Yes. They crapped on Kevin and Kobe. Yep, they did, man. But then they ask you to come to church and marry him. T-Mac says, my girl just don't want a side chick in the same city. And you have these conversations. It's the craziest thing, man. You be like, what? So as long as she's out of, and it is what it is. Yep. Will says this. He said, I don't ever think about the States while living in Colombia. I really don't either, man. There's so much stuff that goes over my head, man. Y'all got so many. The United States has changed so much in the decade in which I've been gone that I don't even pretend like I know what's going on. I don't even fake like the only area that I keep up with the United States is politics. Now I can tell you about the politicians. I can tell you about who's in the House, who's in the Senate. I can tell you about the judicial system. I can tell you about the executive system with the president and what he's doing. I can tell you about stuff like that at the drop of a hat. But when it comes to who the latest, I cannot. If you put a artillery to my head and ask me to name at least one of the top 10 songs that have been released in the United States in the last year and a half, bruh, might as well pull the trigger. I can't tell you one of the top 10 songs of the really, to be honest, and I'm not just joking. I couldn't tell one of a top 10 song that's on any list of top 10 pop, hip hop, R&B in the United States in the last maybe 4 years, maybe 5. I haven't heard a whole Beyonce song, man. It's gotta be 6 years. I've heard maybe 2 Future songs, and that's when I was getting ready to leave the United States. I haven't heard anything, dude. The last Future song I heard, a full song, was Percocets. That's the last time I heard a whole Future song. The only time I hear about who is when something controversy happened in their life, right? I think the last time a top song was like with Cardi B when she was at her peak. I can say that because she had from Colombia J Balvin, and she also had that works with Colombians, and he's from Puerto Rico, Bad Bunny. But as far as like knowing stuff of them, I can't tell you. So who am I to give my little 2 cents about the Black community if I'm not in the Black community? Every video you see me do, like for tonight and others, is to prepare you guys for your exodus. There are better women out there that are waiting for you in other countries. If you ever wonder anything that I do when it comes to any of the women in the States, Black or white, is just to showcase you have that option that's going on in the States. Now, let's talk about the option that you have in other countries. That's what every episode is all about. Every single one of them is to let you know you are not stuck with what you see in the States or in Canada or in UK. You really aren't. You really aren't. Black people still make music. You say Black people still make music in the States? I know, right, Frank? That's how I be, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I can't tell you the style. I can't tell you the fashion. I can't tell you what the #1 television show is. I don't know. I can fake like I could, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm too busy traveling, too busy trying to enjoy salsa music and Afro beats, reggae and reggaeton. I don't know. I'd be lying, man. You say I love some Latin pop, right? Neo music, yeah. You say foreign music as well. I'm very diverse. I'm the same way. So to just listen to American music, I wouldn't know. And I used to love me some neo soul, but I can tell you who the latest neo soul artists are. Yeah. Yep. I mean, Black Nubian says this. He said, as I am trying to exit, it's like these women are drawn to me like a super magnet. That's true. Before we go, that's a good point. When you guys get ready to relocate to other countries or start, let's say you're relocating in 10 years, you're going to notice within that 10-year window of when you're visiting other countries, deciding on which one is going to be your home country. Now, we said 10 years from now, 10 years from the day, you're going to officially live in that new country, right? What's going to happen? And this happens to many of us, piggybacking off of Black Nubian. Great point. This happened to me and a bunch of other brothers. The sisters, and when I say sisters, just the women in the States, are going to come out the woodworks. I don't know how they can tell that you're going to be moving in 10 years. Some of you dudes are in the middle of your preparation to be leaving the United States in the next 5 years. And you're going to F it up because you're going to get somebody pregnant. And like I always say, because you're a good dad, you're not going to leave. Now you're stuck in the States for another 18 years because you got a chick not in another country pregnant. No, not in the country you moving to, got her pregnant. No, you got the chick pregnant in a country you don't even want to live in no more. You have to protect your sex life if you plan on leaving the United States, because they coming for you, bruh. Them church sisters coming for you. The sisters in the streets are coming for you. Them lonely corporate sisters are coming for y'all. If you think that everybody gonna just let you move into another country be a smooth transition, you crazy. They waiting for you to bust up in them and get at least 2 or 3 of them pregnant before your 5-year window of leaving comes up, your 5-month window. And if you're gonna be here for 10 years, they looking for you to get at least 2 of them pregnant. Some of y'all think, here we go. Some of y'all making the mistake of thinking because you are my age. I left when I was 50. You thinking because you are my age, right? That is too late. So I better get one of these American women pregnant because I'm 50. Right? Wrong. You 50. You can go to the Philippines and get you a 23-year-old, like I came to Colombia and got me a mature 23-year-old. You can go to the Philippines or to Thailand and get you a very, very mature. I ain't talking about the ones that you see on party streets. I'm talking about the ones that go to work every day. A very mature 25-year-old in Thailand. The ones that you don't see on YouTube and Instagram. And that woman can give you kids. You can get you a very mature 27-year-old in Brazil that can give you 2 kids, and you 51, 55. You ain't too old. Just don't make the mistake of having kids in a country you do not want to be in. And I'm not talking about you dads that already have children. Understand your responsibility. I'm talking about you dudes that's gonna slip up, and you guys know what I'm talking about. You gonna slip up and smash one of these church girls, or one of these corporate chicks, or one of these hood rats. You gonna get that woman pregnant, and all the money that would have went towards you relocating to DR in 7 years is gonna be in 17 years. Just because you didn't have any discipline with your sex life. I'm serious. I'm so serious about that. I'm so serious. These women want you to bust up. You know, and I know how much these women value being a baby mama over being a wife in the United States. You already know that in UK. You already know that in Canada. These women they care very little about being married, but they value being a mother. So they want you to bust up in them. They don't care if you got other kids already by another woman. They want you to bust. Since you know that you live in countries that are like that, you got to be careful, bruh. Don't be sitting up there, come on Love Crossing Borders talking about, I'm leaving for DR in 2 years. And then next year you get some chick pregnant. I'm leaving for Rio in 5 years. And in 3 years you get some chick pregnant. You ain't going to Rio. Not you good dads. Good dads ain't leaving, right? You good dads gonna be right there for the next 18 years just because you did not have discipline with your sex life, meaning put a condom on, plan B, whatever you got to do. I'm serious. This is extremely serious conversation I'm having with you brothers. That's one thing that I want to make sure that I was not foolish with before I left. There was no way I was gonna be sitting up there. This is before I met Andrea. I was gonna sit up there and get one of them chicks in the States pregnant, or build a relationship. That's another thing. Y'all ready? Stop building relationships, serious relationships with chicks in a country that you don't want to be in eventually. Why are you giving a 7-year relationship to a woman in the United States when you knew year 8 you was gonna leave anyway? The one thing that I did for women in the States, I kept it honest all the way through. My uncle keeps it honest. Ghostface. We both talk about this all the time, keeping it honest. Guess what? When you tell women that you are moving to another country, they're going to give you the coochie anyway. You would think that if you told her, well, I plan on moving to Brazil next year anyway. Oh, I'm preparing to move to Portugal, and I'm doing the steps, and I'm moving there in about 5 years. You would think she'd be like, "No, you can't have this coochie." They give you the coochie just as fast when you tell the truth as they would have gave it to you if you lied. Some of you dudes are sitting up there building real strong, committed. You dudes are going to church with these women, going to mosques, going to temples with them, sitting up there talking about the future, talking about families, talking about rings. You with this woman for 5, knowing that your black ass was gonna leave year 6. Stop creating new, notice I use that term, new, strong, solidified relationships with women in a country you don't want to be in. If you want to be in Thailand, start reaching out to women in Thailand and figure out and get to know the landscape of serious women. If you're going to be in Colombia, learn the landscape of serious women in Colombia if you want something serious. But that trying to make something serious in a country that you know that you ain't gonna be here in 10 years, in 5 years. So you kept that woman around for 5 years. You didn't tell her the truth. And for 5 years, she think that you are her man, her boo. Y'all celebrating Valentine's Days, exchanging Christmas gifts, all this, birthday gifts. She crying to tell you about her mama just died, all those personal issues, knowing in the back of your motherfucking mind that you was going to leave year 6 anyway. Don't do that to those women. Tell them the truth, bro. I ain't gonna be here. My Uncle Jeffrey and I, we are telling them the truth. And ain't nobody turned down the sex. I'm gonna say that again. Ain't nobody turned down. If you want to smash and you think that she gonna turn you down because you moving to Belize, no, she ain't. No, some of them even think it's better because they can do all the nasty, dastardly stuff with you, knowing that you leaving and can't nobody else find out. Kid you not, bro. It's stick to your guns when you say it. Tell them we ain't exchanging no birthday gifts. I'm serious, guys. I'm so serious, man. Get comfortable with no longer receiving a birthday gift from a chick in the States, other than your kids. Expecting birthday gifts if you in Thailand, if you're in the Philippines. Whatever country you plan on moving to, you move Panama, go to Panama for your birthday and let that Panamanian woman be your gift and give you gifts. I wasn't expecting another birthday gift, or not another Christmas gift, not another Valentine's card from an American woman. Why? Because I wasn't putting them in the position to where they would give me a birthday gift, a Valentine's gift, a Christmas gift. And they were in a position, no matter how long I smashed them, that they knew that a Christmas card was not coming. A birthday dinner was not about to happen. No, you get no flowers, no cards, no candy for Valentine's Day. I am not your man. I am a plan. And I plan on getting up out of here. I play the role. I'm not your man. I'm not calling you when times get tight and I'm depressed. I'm gonna just work it out with God. I'm not calling you like you my woman, baby. I need to talk to you. See, some of you dudes sit up there and keep talking to the women in the States like she can handle your problems. Sexing them, you making love to them like it's just you will always be there. I know he told me that. I know he told me that he leaving in 5 years, but when he ate my pussy last night and I came with 3 orgasms, I know he ain't leaving the United States. Some of you dudes are doing too much to these ladies in the States to where when you do leave, it seemed like it was a breakup. Let's put it like this. When I left, if many of you other dudes that left, ain't nobody feel like it was a breakup. When I left, people just wait. All right, bye, Dre. Enjoy your life. See you on Facebook. That's how it was when I left. Why? Because I ain't lie, and I didn't sit up there and try to make them feel like they had a chance. A lot of you dudes sit up there making these women think they got a chance, and they ain't got a snowball chance in hell to keep you in the States. You know it, they know it. The only person that's lying about it is you. I wouldn't please. No, I don't want to meet your mama. No, I'm not coming to the barbecue. No, we are not going on dates every other weekend. There are times when you look at that phone and you know it's her and you just let it ring. Do not be answering that phone like she your woman. You are leaving in 5 years. If she want it, y'all ready? If she want to get another dick, let her get it. If she want to get another man, she think that she done found the one in church and she can't date you no more, you better be happy for her. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I'm talking to some of you guys that have been messing with a woman right now in the States right now. You got her thinking that she's the one. If she decides to find another dude and the other dude treats her better or is treating her as if she could get a long-term relationship out of him when she knows she only got 4 or 5 years left with you, let her have that dude. Bye, boo. You ain't mine anyway. Mine is waiting for me in another country, whoever she is. Don't you be jealous. Don't you get yourself in a situation in the States. Don't be mad what's happening in the States. If she go out and she go out on a date, I'm not, what you doing tonight? I got a date. With who? Who the hell are you to say with who? What he look like? That ain't none of your damn business. You leaving in 5 years. Your business is to focus on whatever women gonna be in your new country, not on what a woman is doing in your old country that you don't want to be in. Be a man about your shit. This moving to another country ain't about just having a passport and a pocket full of money and you just jump over to another country. A lot of it is mentally preparing yourself for that move. And a lot of it is letting stuff, you think that some of you dudes think that with me, Ronin Travels, Tailor-Made Dreams, Marcus, my man from Love, Purpose, and Passports, y'all think that relocating to another country is just getting rid of some old furniture and having a pocket full of money. That's what y'all really think, huh? Moving to another country is getting your mind ready for that move in every area of your life, years before you make that final move. You may have been to that other country 10 times in that 5 years. 10 times. But you got to mentally put a lot of shit in storage. And that also goes for the women that you deal with in the States. And I know when these lights go out and this camera go off, it's going to be fuck what Andre was talking about. I'm going to keep on fucking this bitch like she my woman. I ain't going to never let nobody get this pussy. She the best dick sucker in the United States. I wish she stole my soul, Dre. She stole my soul. And I'm going to keep on pretending like she my woman until the day that I get on the plane and leave. Do it, bruh. Do you. But you'll never be able to say nobody told you. You'll never be able to say nobody told you stop fucking over the women in the United States until the moment you leave. Because I'm telling you, you do not want to take bad karma to another country. When you go to another country, man, you want the slate to be clean. You want it to be like fresh air. You want to be like Commodores, easy like Sunday morning. You don't want no bad karma, no bad. You did some evil shit to somebody for 5 years. You knew that you was gonna leave that woman. She crying. She thought she had a chance, or you got her pregnant, and now all of a sudden you talking about moving to no, bro. You don't want that shit on you. Then you wonder why everything is falling apart in your first 2-3 years of living in your new country, because you done did some stupid shit, and the karma coming back on you in from your old country. So I'm serious. if you're gonna be with a woman in Canada, in the United States, in UK, in Australia, and you are planning on relocating to another country let's put it like this, within the next 15 years, and if you are serious, and I mean serious about relocating, do not, I don't care if it's 15 years from now or 15 months from now, do not enter into serious, solidified relationships with women in the country you don't want to be in. The one thing that I did not do, I was not so selfish to where if I was leaving in 15 years, I was going to be in a 13-year relationship and then tear that woman up. Every woman knew, bruh, I've had women shed tears. You guys heard me tell this story all the time. The moment that I told myself, and this was long before I met Andrea, I told myself, I'm leaving the United States. I start making phone calls. I start having face-to-face conversations. And brothers, I'm telling you, it was a lot of tears that were shed by women. It was a lot of hurt hearts that were shared by women. But I knew this, and I'm going to end with this. I knew a lot of those women will hurt even more and worse if I disappeared on their ass 3, 4, 5 years later out of nowhere. See, at least I told them early enough to where they can go out and look for love. And guess what? 2 of the 3 women are married to this day. 2 of the 3 women that boo-hooed, cried, with dang near shedding tears everywhere like they were 6 years old, happily married today. Why? Because I wasn't an asshole. I wasn't selfish. And I gave them a chance to share their tears of missing me years before I left, years before I met Andrea. I told these women this was bruh, I didn't leave until 2019. I told these women this in 2016, 17. From that point on, there was no serious relationships in the United States. Anybody that I touched until I met Andrea was a jump off. And they knew I wasn't staying in the States. And they knew I wasn't looking for something serious. And those that wanted something serious, I let them move on to men that wanted something serious. I'm like, oh man, I can't get the coochie. Can't get the coochie? Can I at least get the coochie? No, Andre, you don't want something serious. All right. And I move on to the next one. Some of y'all don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. I didn't want to hurt nobody's feelings. It ain't like I want to sit around like a villain. Yeah, I'm moving out to the United States, girl. Forget all y'all. I didn't do it like that, man. It hurt my heart. I was hurting because they was hurting. But I knew if I had waited and made those women feel like they had a chance, even more, here's a kicker. Let's say I was dating Andrea in Colombia and she my woman, and I still had a woman who thought she had a chance in America. You know how evil that shit is? You got a woman in Colombia that you're building with and a woman in the States that don't even know she ain't got a snowball chance in hell that you gonna be with her. But she really think deep down inside, you gonna ask her next Valentine's Day to marry her. That's some evil shit. That's some diabolical shit. That's evil. Some of you dudes just evil as hell. You so selfish that you just evil. Instead of telling that woman like I did and a bunch of other dudes did, listen, we can have our fun, but I'm leaving. And if she cry and leave you, let her go. Because she can easily be replaced with somebody else that'll say, okay, cool. You move it to Colombia, cool. You move it to Brazil, cool. We just having sex, cool. Plenty of them. Nice ones too. Nice ones. But I'm telling you, man, that going to another country after you build some bad karma in the United States, that shit gonna catch up with you, bruh. That I can tell you. That I can tell you. That's why American women, my day of being serious with them as far as relationships were done. They were all my church sisters after that. The day that I decided to move to Colombia, and I hadn't met Andrea yet, and I had already traveled to other countries to see which one I wanted, and I chose Colombia, that was the day that all the sisters in the United States became like church sisters. You can get smashed like a church sister, but I'll never take you serious. I never take you serious. Shout out to all you guys that are here. What is Mrs. Spence doing? Okay, let me see what you got. It better be funny. Who is that? You know what? Now, Andrea know how much I like Carol G for years. Look what this woman just did. Look at what this woman put me and Carol G together. It's too blurry with the lens. Let me take it back. I'm sorry, I can't show this to you. Look. How about this? How about you send it to me? And then I send it to me in the email. Send it to me in the email. Uh-huh. I'm done with y'all. They look just like Camilo and her. Yeah, send it to me in the email real quick, babe, and I'll show it to the guys. You funny. I hate her. Yeah. Yeah, man, that's my girl, man, Carol. That's been my girl like forever and a day. I saw her in concert like, ooh. Thanks, babe. This is why this is a perfect example. This moment in time that you guys just saw in interaction between Andrea and I. This is why I didn't bring bad karma with me. You see how I had that interaction with Andrea? I didn't bring that bad karma doing something evil by doing something evil to women in the States. I didn't get it. Or did I? Let me see. By doing something evil, there we go. By doing something evil to women in the States to where my spirit can feel free. That is good though. Yeah. Let me show you guys this photo. That's funny. You see what I'm saying? My heart is when I came here, my heart was empty as far as being a clean slate. I hadn't done anything wrong to women in the States. I didn't lie to them. I didn't con them. I didn't do this for the coochie. I just told them the truth. And for those that was down with me, cool. For those that didn't want to be down with me because I wasn't staying in the States, cool. But that lying to them, man, dude, I wouldn't rock it with that no more. This is the photo that Andrea sent me. That's a good photo right there, boy. Me and my girl Kara, right height and everything. Don't be giving your husband no ideas. Don't be giving your husband no ideas. Me and Carol, woohoo! I can keep it in Colombia family. Shout out to Carol G. Yes, sir. I'll be living in Medellin with T-Mac. He said you don't get that type of laugh and interaction in the States. That's for real. My man Zeta said, he said this. He said, Dre, do you rock with Shakira? Somewhat. I mean, I've been listening to Shakira forever, but no. Yeah, I rock with Shakira. I like her music. She's in her mid-40s and still a hottie. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. She looks really good for her age, without a doubt. Yes, sir. Y'all saw that smile. Sister wife, I will take that. Me and Andrea got to talk about that. We got to bring Carol G in as a sister wife. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, we got to break it up. Do you guys have sister wives here? What's that, babe? Well, let me explain. He said Dre would miss Andrea. That's why my brother said the sister wife. Why is Andrea? Shout out to Mrs. Spencer in the live stream. Shout out to Mrs. Spencer in the live stream. Oh man, that picture is good. That is a good likeness. Boy, that AI is a beast. That AI, yes, that poly wives for the win. Andrea and Carol G. Yes, sir. I'll be good. I got Carol G and I got Andrea. I'm good. Say Dre about to have 2 wives with that smile. As you can see. Bobby says this. He said, I don't know if we necessarily need a translation of what she said. Hey, babe, go ahead and translate what you put in the chat. El Bachato. Translate it in the chat. Say Andre T-Mac says, Quiet Storm says, Andrea is having too much fun with these photos. She is. She really is. Let's give Andrea a second to put in the translation for us. And this is what she says that I am at this moment. I believe she just said I'm a Karol G fan. That could be it. But yeah, guys, when I said that you want to leave the United States or wherever it is, your home country, with a peace of mind, you do, bruh. You don't want to leave America feeling like you are an asshole. I meant that. Oh, it means a boss or a chief. But Chata is female. But Chato is chief or boss. Bichoto. Yeah, Bichoto. Oh, Kara is the boss. No, I'll be the boss. I will be the boss. Okay, cool. Yeah, I will be the boss. No woman wants a man that she got to be the boss. So I'll be the boss. This will be me right here. Yes, sir. But yeah, guys, but like I said, I'm going to let you guys go. But I just want you guys to think about that part tonight. It ain't easy. I know it sounds like how I'm saying it is easy. It ain't easy. It ain't easy being honest with a woman. When I made my decisions to relocate to another country, like I said, this was way before I met Andrea. I know what it's like to be in a relationship and make that decision. Some of you guys are thinking about this decision and you are in a solid relationship. I know what it's like. Don't think that I was just sitting around here and just telling women that I had no feelings for that I'm moving to another country. No, these are when I was in a solidified scenario. That's why the tears were so bad, and I felt so bad. These people are married now. So some of you guys think, well, Andre only talking to dudes that ain't got a woman right now, and he's just telling them, hey, don't build a solid relationship because you're single right now. Build it in your home country, your new home country. You're right. I am talking to those brothers, but I'm talking to you dudes that's also serious. And I mean, you serious about relocating to another country, but you just so happen to be in a relationship in the States. I'm telling you now, bruh, if you really love her, tell her the truth now. I didn't say she's going to understand it. I didn't say she's going to agree with it. I didn't say she ain't going to get mad. I didn't say you weren't going to be the villain. I didn't say that your mama going to call you and say what is wrong with you. I didn't say none of that ain't going to happen. It's going to happen. You got to have the balls to let it happen. You got to have the gumption and the nerve to prove to the universe how serious you are about relocating to another country. Y'all think that we don't make sacrifices, and I'm constantly telling you about the sacrifices that Andre at least made to get to the Andreas. To get to the Andreas. T-Mac made sacrifices to get to the women, that his girlfriend. Ronan Travels made sacrifices to get to his woman. We make sacrifices. Don't think that it's just so easy, just walk in the park of getting a passport and your pockets are fat and that's it. I'm telling you, for some of us, sacrifices have to be made. Somebody gonna have to be put on that altar. So I'm serious. I'm not just talking to the guys saying, once again, I'm gonna end it with this. And I've said that a few times. I am not talking to the men only that are single right now and letting you know, if you plan on seriously relocating, do not start a serious relationship with a woman in the country which you live in, meaning the country you don't want to be in long term. I don't care if it's 15 years, 5 years, 10 years, or 5 months. Don't do that. Be honest with every one of them. Baby, I can't be your man. Why? I'm leaving here in 10 years. She gonna look at you like you crazy. But at least you told her. Your job is not to convince her of your truth. I'll say that again for you single dudes. Your job is not to convince her that you're leaving. Your job is to let her know that you are leaving. Those are two different things. She might not believe you. But as time progresses and you only hitting that coochie and you ain't buying no birthday gifts and you ain't coming over for 4th of July barbecues and you ain't taking her to the Met, you ain't taking her to no baseball games, football games, she gonna start noticing, oh, he for real, for real. See, when you first tell her, I'm leaving in 10 years, she's not gonna believe that, whatever. But when you don't show up to her Christmas party and you don't give her no gifts, I told you, I am not your man. I'm your boy toy. I'm your friends with benefits. So you don't give me no Christmas? No, I don't. No birthday? No, I don't. So you expect me? Did I not tell you the truth before we laid down in bed the first time? Did I lie to you? But I asked you a simple question, a yes or no question. Did I lie to you? Well, I'm leaving you. Leave, baby. You know why? You ain't my woman anyway, so you can leave. And if you think you're the only one that I'm sleeping with, you're not. You're not. I am not your man. Stop expecting your man treatment from me. I told you I'm leaving in 10 years. I never lied to you, did I? Did I ever ask you to buy me something for my birthday? Did I ever ask you for a Christmas gift or Valentine's gift? When I was going through hard times and I was mentally going through some issues a year and a half ago, did I call you for comfort? No. I called my mama, my boys, my pastor, my imam. I call everybody but you. You are not my woman. So you can walk up out of here angry, but you will never walk up out of here and say, I lied. One time, ever. No, I am not getting you a Valentine's gift, Christmas gift. And no, we are not going out to dinner to celebrate anything. As if, now, if you cool with it, baby, sure, we can go out to dinner. But don't think we're going out to dinner as if we futuristically are going to be a couple. And I'm going to tell you guys something else. Every once in a while, you're going to have to remind her, because she's going to think that you're still lying, that you're leaving in 10 years. And the way that you're sexing her, he ain't going nowhere. He just was talking. You know how you remind her? You ready? Celebrate every flight that you take. You ain't got to say, I'm moving to DR. just take a flight to DR, and she gonna be, when next time you talk to her, where you been? I ain't talked. I just got back from DR. You ain't tell me you was going to DR. Did I need to tell you I was going to DR? I had such a good, oh my God, me and my boys was tripping. We was having a good time in DR, but blah, blah, blah. Celebrate your trips. Each and every trip is a reminder to her, he for real, for real, for real. Don't hide your trips. Some of you dudes go on your trips, and that little lady that you got back in the States, you hide it from her. You went to Colombia? Yeah, me and my boys was kind of hanging out, But I'm back here with you, baby. Don't do that. Don't do that. Celebrate, brag. Brag as a reminder to her, I'm not staying in this country. Yeah, I went and looked at some apartments, and then my boy over there, I didn't know how many people was living over there already. Goodness, I had such a good time. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna take a day off. I'm gonna call you tomorrow, baby. I'm gonna take a day off and give me some rest. You need a vacation for your vacation? Yeah. We'll call you tomorrow. Celebrate. Don't downplay the fact that you leaving. That'll always be in her mind as a reminder. This dude is for real, for real. So I gotta decide if I'm gonna stay with him for the next 10 years as his girl toy, or I'm gonna look for a man that wanna be with me. And if she goes and find another dude, let her. Celebrate. Don't you be mad. Don't you be mad at all. Because God got your Andrea waiting for you in your new country anyway. So what are you gonna be mad at women in the United States for? None of my exes I ever got mad because they got married. Dude, I've talked to their husbands on the phone. Congratulations, brother. I am so happy for you. You got a good one, bro. I'm keeping y'all in my prayers. You two young people. I was like Arsenio Hall and Coming to America, the pastor. You two young people come together and hold each other tight in the name of Jesus. That was me, bro. That was me. You ain't no bad blood at all. I wasn't texting. I wasn't all over their Facebook page. Let me see what she doing. Them people have moved on with their lives, and I moved to Colombia and moved on with my life. Them same females that was boo-hooing in oh my God, no, this cannot be. You cannot leave me. Them same chicks that boo-hoo in your arms will marry another man as soon as they get a chance. So if you think that you're going to be hurting her heart and them tears going to last forever, you a fool. I'm here to tell you, she going to cry today, and tomorrow she going to be with a new dude. That's for real, for real. And if you think that you got so much of a grip on a woman that I'm not dumb enough to be like that with my own wife. I'm not dumb enough to think that if I cause Andrea to break up with Andre tears, that Andrea all of a sudden will never go look for love again. I ain't that stupid. These women, dude, if you would have been there and saw the tears, bruh, you'd have thought like they was about to jump off somebody's bridge. Man, they ain't go nowhere near nobody's bridge. The next day, they had a couple of drinks, got on their phones, started scrolling through their phones, called somebody, hey, big head, and ended up getting married to Big Head. And guess who didn't interrupt it? Me. I got Andrea. By that time period, I had Andrea. So my job is to be happy for them now. Some of you dudes don't want to break up with the woman that you got in the States because you don't know how to be happy for her if she leave and find happiness. That's what you want to happen. You don't want her to leave and stalking you, putting stuff in your gas tank. You don't want that. Some of y'all gonna keep on playing around with the feelings of some of the women in the States. You ain't gonna make it to year 10. You ain't got to worry about it. You ain't got to worry about her getting pregnant by you. You gonna keep on playing with the emotions of some of the women in the States. And when she snap, don't say didn't nobody tell you nothing. Stop playing games with them sisters in the States. If they gonna be alone, let them be alone. If they're gonna use you as a friend with benefits, let it be that. But sitting up here trying to have some real relationships with some chicks in a country that you don't want to be in, go ahead. No, I'm crazy. I don't know what I'm talking about. Go ahead. I'm cool with it. Seriously. But when you get to your new country and you can't find no peace, stop walking around like, what did I do wrong? Nigga, you know what you did wrong. Your evil is what you did in the United States. You ain't think that evil was gonna show you. You think them same demons that caused you to be selfish in the United States wasn't gonna follow you to your new country? Are you freaking crazy? You think them same demonic evil moves that you made in the United States, the fruit of that was not gonna follow you to your new country? All right.
I'm not black, I'm Oche. Okay.
Yeah. You better be a blessing as a friend with benefits. That's serious, man. I'm giving y'all, put y'all on true game. A part of relocating to another country is not just selling furniture or putting your car in storage or giving away some suits. That's a part of it. But another part of it is like, who am I not going to fuck over before I leave the United States? Who am I not going to fuck over before I leave the United States? And as for me and a lot of other brothers, we decided that we are not going to fuck over women in the States. We're going to tell them the truth. If they down with it, cool. If they ain't, they can move around. But I know some of y'all look at that as crazy. It's all right. Shout out to all you guys that are here on a wonderful Friday night. Let me let you guys enjoy. I know it's an hour ahead right now. We're waiting on daylight savings time, so we'll be back on the same time. But we appreciate you guys being here. And tomorrow we will not have movie night because I'm going to be with my wife, Carol G. I'm going to be with Carol G tomorrow night. Therefore, we will not be having movie night. But I will be seeing you guys on Sunday. Shout out to all you brothers. Let's do an outro. Get a couple outros going. Let's get a couple outros going.
Ella es mi gata, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie más. Ella es mi gata, yeah, ella es mi gata, ya, ella es mi gata, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie más. Ella es mi gata, yeah, ella es mi gata, ya. En fiesta es que no pierde ni una, es de aquí, pero parece de cuna, pero así no le piche a ninguna, criminal como nada para Dios. Ella sabe que de la disco no la van a quitar, los fines de semana son tan sueltos, hay que vacilar, ready, con ropita cortita para janguear y tirar, de mi ceja llevar, combina, la ropa con tu actitud es que dominas, chica con esa virtud rompe bocinas, no hay nadie como tú, como tú, como tú, como tú, ya, combina, la ropa con tu actitud es que dominas, chica con esa virtud rompe bocinas, no hay nadie como tú, como tú, como tú, como tú. Ella es mi gata, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie más. Ella es mi gata, yeah, ella es mi gata, ya, ella es mi gata, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie más. Ella es mi gata, yeah, ella es mi gata, ya.
Un traguito de cine para la gata en la barra. Te vi por internet en una playa en Nicaragua. Ese buffet sí está gourmet, pero lleno de piraña. El río está movido, que está nada las arañas. Por eso que tú te acercas a mí. Me gusta más que tú, como te hago reír. Me encanta cómo besas, cómo me haces sentir. Eres especial, eres sola para mí. Y si nos vemos en Bahamas, ahí no hay nadie que nos daña. Una copla de madrugada, ya lo saben, tú mi reina y yo tu rey. Estamos listas en Bahamas. Aquí hay bellas madrugadas, romantiqueo en la playa, ya lo saben, tú mi reina y yo tu rey.
Ella es mi gata, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie más. Ella es mi gata, yeah, ella es mi gata, ya, ella es mi gata, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie más. Me gusta gozar y vacilar, yeah, no te quito de Fernet, solo toda ya es, pasarlo no solo tal vez. A ella le gusta gozar y vacilar, yeah. Con unos traguitos de Fernet, solo toda la timidez. Pasarlo no solo tal vez. Ella es mi gata, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie más. Ella es mi gata, yeah, ella es mi gata, ya, ella es mi gata, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie más. Ella es mi gata, yeah, ella es mi gata, ya. En fiesta es que no pierde ni una, es de aquí, pero parece de cuna.